Chapter 767. The defeated Jew by, A lowly commoner like you dares to refute me? Huang Fu Wudao narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. As the saying goes, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Every time you call someone a lowly commoner, I've seen your dog's mouth. Since Huang Fu Wudao was the first to make things difficult for Zhuowen and didn't show the slightest mercy, it was naturally impossible for Zhuowen to have a good attitude towards Huang Fu Wudao, and he retorted sarcastically. You're calling me a dog's mouth? Huang Fu Wudao's face was gloomy as he suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst out as his cruel gaze focused on Zhuowen. He was the first prince of the imperial family, yet he was being insulted by a lowly commoner like Zhuowen. With Huang Fu Wudao's character, how could he endure this? He directly released his aura. Since you've admitted it so generously, then you are. Zhuowen's face was calm as he said indifferently. Rumble. The aura within Huang Fu Wudao's body became even more terrifying as the ground beneath his feet shattered. A seemingly material killing intent surged out as he coldly stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. This Huang Fu Wudao was indeed overbearing and ruthless. He didn't allow anyone to disobey him, and once someone disobeyed him, he would attack mercilessly. He was simply too overbearing. Wudao. The marquee battle hasn't begun yet. Did I allow you to attack? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from the throne room. Subsequently, the terrifying aura within Huang Fu Wudao's body instantly withdrew like a tide. He then respectfully cupped his hands towards the throne room and said in a low voice, Wudao knows his mistake. After he finished speaking, the Qing Emperor, who was dressed in a loose and luxurious robe, slowly walked out from the throne room. His entire body seemed graceful and luxurious. Waves of terrifying aura faintly circled around his body like a hurricane. The Azure Emperor's expression was calm while a wisp of a warm smile hung on the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Zhuowen with deep meaning before his gaze returned to Huang Fu Wudao. He said, the battle to become a marquis is about to begin. Before the battle begins, private battles are prohibited before the throne room. Wudao understands. I made a mistake just now. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Huang Fu Wudao said respectfully. Huang Fu Wudao's attitude naturally attracted many people's attention. Huang Fu Wudao, who had always been overbearing and ruthless, was actually so obedient in front of Emperor Qing. It seemed that Emperor Qing was indeed unfathomable. Yes. Since it was a mistake, then let's stop here. The 5 of you can come up. Draw your own opponent. The Qing Emperor nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, 5 bamboo sticks that were overflowing with light appeared in the air and floated quietly. Zhuowen, you lowly commoner, consider yourself lucky this time. If Emperor Qing hadn't appeared in time, you would have been a corpse by now. Huang Fu Wudao stared coldly at Zhuowen. He took a step forward and flashed above Emperor Qing. With a wave of his right hand, he took out one of the bamboo sticks. Huang Fu Wudao's words caused Zhuowen's gaze to become even colder. Huang Fu Wudao was really too unreasonable. He actually wanted to kill him from the beginning. It seemed that he really had to be on guard against Huang Fu Wudao in this marquee battle. He. You're really a little bastard who can cause trouble. Even Huang Fu Wudao wants to kill you. How unlikable are you? Qing Yan, who was nearby, couldn't help but laugh loudly when he saw Zhuowen in a slightly sorry state. Shut up. You're just a cowardly rat. Why didn't you say anything when Huang Fu Wudao was here earlier? Now that he's gone, you're laughing the happiest. What an ugly face. Zhuowen stared at Qing Yan. His voice was as cold as the winter, causing Qing Yan's expression to freeze. Humph. Don't let me meet you in the arena. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Qing Yan said coldly. Then, he leaped up and drew a bamboo stick from the air. Glen Lily didn't say anything. He only glanced coldly at Zhuowen and calmly drew one of the remaining 3 bamboo sticks. Looking at Glen Lily, who was as calm as water from the beginning, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Glen Haohai should be very clear about Zhuowen's strength. Although Glen Lily's cultivation had risen to the half-step Xuanzuan realm for some reason, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Zhuowen. The chances of him losing would be even higher. However, Glen Lily was extremely calm. It was so calm that it was terrifying. It was as if he didn't put Zhuowen in his eyes. Gran Lily's behavior made Zhuowen even more suspicious. Could it be that Gran Lily had some kind of unknown trump card on her? After Zhu Bai drew his stick, the last remaining bamboo stick was obtained by Zhuowen. With a flip of his right hand, the number 2 was written on the bamboo stick. Who drew an empty stick? Emperor Qing suddenly asked. Huangfu Wudao, who was standing at the front of the 5 people, suddenly stood up. He waved his right hand and the bamboo stick in his hand appeared before Emperor Qing. He said, Wudao's luck is pretty good. I drew an empty stick. The bamboo stick that appeared before Emperor Qing was empty. There wasn't even a single word on it. Emperor Qing nodded and said, since you've drawn an empty stick, go and rest first. Huangfu Wudao cupped his hands and walked to an empty space below. He sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He had no intention of watching the battle of the other 4 people. Huangfu Wudao's actions were no doubt looking down on the other 4 geniuses. However, he had the right to do so. Among the 5 geniuses, Huangfu Wudao's strength was the most outstanding. His cultivation had even reached the Xuanzuan realm, which was something that the other 4 geniuses could only look up to. With Huangfu Wudao's cultivation and strength, there was indeed no need for him to waste his time watching the battles of the other 4 geniuses. Humph! How arrogant! Huangfu Wudao's actions more or less caused the other 4 geniuses to be displeased. Qin Yan even let out a low harumph and mumbled. Even though the 4 geniuses were displeased, they couldn't do anything to Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao did have the right to be arrogant. The words on the bamboo stick are numbers, 1 and 2. The 2 who drew number 1 will fight first. Emperor Qing glanced at the 4 geniuses and said in a clear voice. As soon as the Azure Emperor said this, Grand Lily and Zhu Bai slowly walked out. Their gazes met, and a terrifying battle intent burst forth from them. Get on the ring and begin the battle. Emperor Qing waved his hand, causing Glen Lily and Zhu Bai to leap onto the ring and face each other. Meanwhile, Qin Yan's gaze was fixed on Zhuowen's figure as he said with a sinister grin, my luck isn't bad, hee hee. Idiot. Zhuowen ignored Qin Yan's words. His gaze was fixed on Glen Lily's figure on the ring. He had a feeling that Glen Lily was a little strange, but he had no idea why. Seeing that Zhuowen was ignoring him, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed as he coldly snorted. However, he secretly made up his mind in his heart. He would definitely cripple Zhuowen once he ascended the arena. Zhu Bai. You're no match against me. It's more reasonable for you to forfeit. Glen Lily said with a cold expression. Glen Lily, aren't you being too full of yourself? My cultivation has reached the intermediate stage of the 9-wheel Ultimate Dominator realm. You're only at the late stage Ultimate Dominator realm. The difference between us isn't that huge, and you're asking me to forfeit? Zhu Bai's eyes squinted as he stared at Glen Lily. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his voice was filled with a gloomy expression. Glen Lily was being too full of herself. She actually asked him, Zhu Bai, to forfeit. It was truly laughable to the extreme. Since you're not forfeiting, then don't blame me. Glen Lily's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grunted delicately. She took a step forward and gracefully flashed into the sky like a fluttering butterfly. She stroked her waist and a soft whip appeared in her hand. Swoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart resounded as the soft whip flashed towards Zhu Bai like a spirit snake. Its speed had risen to the extreme. You want me, Zhu Bai, to forfeit with such little ability? Glen Lily, aren't your arrogant words a little too early? A trace of disdain appeared in Zhu Bai's eyes as he gazed at the ordinary soft whip that flashed over. He took a step forward, causing countless shadows to spread out from his surroundings and flashed towards the soft whip. Crack! A clear sound resounded. Zhu Bai's pupils constricted as he noticed that Glen Lily's snake-like soft whip seemed to pass through flowers and trees as it smashed onto the countless shadows. Following that, Zhu Bai's attack was like paper that directly collapsed inch by inch and shattered into countless pieces. Whoosh! Once the shadows were broken, the soft whip instantly arrived in front of Zhu Bai like a flower threaded through a fuse. It heavily struck Zhu Bai's chest before he could even react. Pfft! Zhu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could even react, his entire body flew backwards with a wisp of blood. Zhu Bai had been cleanly defeated by Glen Lily in a single move just like that. The surrounding crowd was stunned. When did Glen Lily's strength become so terrifying? Zhu Bai was ranked third on the previous Azure Emperor leaderboard after all, but he had been eliminated by Glen Lily in a single move. Below the stage, Zhuowen and Qin Yan narrowed their eyes at the same time. When Glen Lily had used the soft whip just now, the aura on her body had been extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an ultimate ninth will emperor. This girl's cultivation has really reached the half-step Xuanzuan realm, as Xiao He said. When Glen Lily had entered the square, Xiao He had reminded Zhuowen that Glen Lily's cultivation had broken through to the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen had not believed it at first, but now it seemed that Xiao He was right. Glen Lily was indeed a half-step Xuanzuan realm cultivator. Qin Yan lowered her head and muttered to herself. Her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had sensed Glen Lily's true cultivation when she had attacked just now. Glen Lily wins and enters the top 3. The Azure Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had naturally seen Glen Lily's cultivation clearly. A half-step Xuanzuan realm cultivator was actually not weak. Glen Haohai, who was standing not far from the Azure Emperor, immediately revealed a smile. His eyes were filled with pride. He knew that Glen Lily's advancement meant that Glen Lily had the qualifications to be conferred the title of Marquis. Next battle, Zhuowen against Qin Yan. Both of you quickly come up. Chapter 768. Qin Yan vs. Zhuowen. Qin Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped onto the arena and looked down at Zhuowen. His expression was cold and filled with murderous intent. Zhuowen's expression was cold as he looked at Qin Yan, who was high up in the arena. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped onto the arena and stared back at Qin Yan without any fear. I thought you wouldn't have the courage to come up. Now it seems that you do have some guts. Qin Yan spoke indifferently, but his gaze became even sharper. A surging aura burst out from his body. His clothes fluttered, and the eerie green dragon mask emitted a cold light. What a terrifying aura! Qin Yan's aura has far surpassed the peak of the ultimate nine-will emperor realm. I'm afraid he's half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. What a terrifying monster! The moment Qin Yan's aura burst out, some of the sharp-eyed warriors in the square could see Qin Yan's true cultivation level at a glance. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was this exclamation that immediately stirred up the emotions of many warriors around. They finally knew how powerful Qin Yan was. It was extremely rare to see someone half a step into the Xuanzuan realm at such a young age. After all, he was only one step away from advancing to Mystique Venerable rank. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in for a bad time. That's right. I heard that Zhuowen's cultivation level rose rapidly after he refined the Green Dragon Qi. He went from the peak of the ultimate nine-will emperor realm to the peak of the ultimate nine-will emperor realm. He's also a monster. It's a pity that there's an insurmountable gap between him and someone half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Looking at Qin Yan's surging aura, the crowd then looked at Zhuowen on the other side of the arena. They all shook their heads and sighed. The peak of the ultimate Nine-Will Emperor realm was indeed powerful. However, in their opinion, Zhuowen had no chance of winning against Qin Yan, who was half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Qin Yan felt extremely pleased when he sensed the countless respectful gazes around the square and heard some discussions. He raised his head high and looked askance at Zhuowen. His arrogant voice slowly sounded. "Looks like a lot of people don't think highly of you. But don't worry, I'll give you some face. I won't finish you in one move and eliminate you in 3 moves." Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. It seemed like Qin Yan was confident in defeating him. He was actually arrogant enough to say that he could finish him off in 3 moves. It seemed like he really didn't put Zhuowen in his eyes. "Of course, since your strength is so much weaker than mine, I'll let you make a move first." "Make the first move." Qin Yan stood proudly and continued. As expected of one of the 2 peerless heroes of the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace Hall. This Qin Yan is really elegant. He actually wants to let Zhuowen make a move first. That Zhuowen only has this one chance. If Qin Yan makes a move, I'm afraid he will be defeated before he can even make a move. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Everyone was basically praising Qin Yan for letting go of this move. Everyone was basically not optimistic about Zhuowen. "You're giving me a handicap?" Zhuowen asked with a strange look in his eyes. "What? Do you think 1 move is too little? If you think it's too little, then I'll let you make 3 moves first. At that time, when you lose, you will also lose wholeheartedly." Qin Yan grinned, his eyes full of mockery. Once these words were said, the surrounding people once again set off a frenzy of discussion. They praised Qin Yan for his courage. He actually wanted to let Zhuowen make 3 moves first. Zhuowen sneered again and again. This Qin Yan was really good at pretending. He actually showed his elegance in front of him. Of course, since Qin Yan wanted to let Zhuowen make 1 move first, there was no reason for Zhuowen not to accept it. "Since you want to let me make 1 move first, then I, Zhuowen, will gladly accept it." Stepping out, Zhuowen flicked his finger. Suddenly, countless sword lights swept out from the spiritual ring and formed a huge sword array in front of him. It was the ultimate sword array. A 5th grade origin array? This boy is actually a 5th grade arcana master. Looking at the sudden appearance of the ultimate sword array in front of Zhuowen, Qin Yan's eyelids trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, he didn't show too much of a loss of self-control. Zhuowen was a 5th grade arcana master. Zhuowen had already exposed this fact when he fought with Huangfu Wuji. Qin Yan was very confident. So what if Zhuowen used a 5th grade spiritual force? To him, that was simply not enough. This idiot. Glen Lily, who was standing not too far away from the high platform, couldn't help but whisper when she saw Qin Yan's bold words. He wanted to let Zhuowen make 1 move first. Perhaps Qin Yan still didn't know that Zhuowen's true cultivation was almost the same as hers. They had both reached the half-step Xuanzuan realm. In addition to the mysterious power of concepts, his strength was not any weaker than Qin Yan's. Now that Qin Yan was so careless, she feared that he would suffer a great loss. This was also the reason why Glen Lily couldn't help but curse. Ultimate Sword Array, Heaven's Bane. A cold voice slowly came out from Zhuowen's mouth. The mocking smile on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. Since Qin Yan was willing to be his living target, how could Zhuowen be polite? Rumble. Countless sword lights burst out from the sword array. The endless sword lights gathered above the void and finally formed an oval-shaped dome. This dome was completely composed of sword lights. When the Heaven's Bane was used, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Looking at the huge dome that instantly condensed in the sky, Qin Yan's face changed. The power of the Heaven's Bane that Zhuowen used was somewhat beyond his expectations. Rumble. The dome was as fast as thunder. It instantly cut through the void and fell towards Qin Yan. The surrounding space was shattered into pieces under the huge pressure of the dome. Green Dragon's secret art. With a cold snort, Qin Yan's gaze was grave as he formed a dragon-shaped seal with both of his hands. Instantly, countless cyan-colored chi burst out from his body and transformed into a terrifying gigantic azure dragon's shadow above his head. Swoosh! The dome was simply too huge. In an instant, it fell down like a small world, sealing and trapping the space around the green eye. In an instant, Qin Yan's figure was submerged in countless sword lights. The surrounding people could not see what was happening to Qin Yan within the sword lights. The Heaven's Bane that this little bastard used is much stronger than the yin-yang style that he used to deal with Huangfu Wuji. Looking at the huge dome of sword lights in the arena, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes narrowed. There was a trace of emotion in her heart. It seemed that besides Zhuowen's cultivation, his mental energy could not be underestimated. Break! 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 A loud shout suddenly resounded from the sword light in the dome, followed by a series of rather ear-piercing explosions. As Qin Yan continued to shout, the dome of sword lights began to violently tremble, faintly showing signs of collapsing. Gotcha! Finally, a crisp sound rang out. The surrounding people saw that on the surface of the dome of sword lights, traces of cracks had appeared. Then, these cracks began to expand and finally collapsed. Rumble. Qin Yan suddenly took a step forward. His expression was gloomy, and the huge azure dragon phantom behind him seemed rather dim at this moment. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you deserve to die. Qin Yan angrily shouted. He had been too careless this time. This Zhuowen's mental energy was actually so terrifying. Moreover, he had actually said that he would let him have a move, causing him to be in an extremely passive position. This is the consequence of being arrogant. Qin Yan, do you really think that you have the qualifications to let me have a move? Do you really think that you can eliminate me in 3 moves? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded beside Qin Yan's ear. Immediately, a densely cold glint rushed out and directly flew towards Qin Yan, causing Qin Yan's pupils to shrink slightly. With a loud shout, Qin Yan waved his right hand. Under the effect of the azure dragon's secret art, the surface of his right hand was covered with cold azure dragon scales, as if it was a real dragon claw. Clang! The cold light swept past and instantly collided with Qin Yan's dragon claw. A crisp ringing sound rang out. Qin Yan only felt a huge force, and his entire body was forced to retreat. At this moment, Zhuowen was holding the bone spear in his hand, staring mockingly at Qin Yan. The bone spear in his hand did not slow down, and once again swept towards Qin Yan. Damn it! Qin Yan angrily shouted. His arms turned into 2 huge azure dragon claws, and swept towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang! Immediately, the 2 of them clashed. Countless sparks flew out from between the 2 of them, and crisp clanging sounds continuously rang out, sounding crisp and pleasing to the ears in the arena. The people around the square were shocked to discover that they had originally thought that Qin Yan would definitely have an overwhelming advantage in the battle between the 2 of them. But now, the 2 of them were on par with each other in their battle. This Zhuowen is not at the advanced 9 Wills Emperor stage, but he is already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. The more Qin Yan fought, the more shocked he became. He had originally thought that he would definitely have the upper hand against Zhuowen, but now he realized that he did not have the slightest advantage against Zhuowen. Instead, he was faintly being suppressed. How is this possible? Break it for me! Qin Yan shouted. His hands formed into claws, and a dazzling green light swept out. It was dazzling, and then it turned into countless green claw shadows in front of him. 10,000 claws gouging heart. Rumble. Countless claw shadows covered the sky, and wildly bombarded Zhuowen, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse. Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He stood with the spear in his hand, and the bone spear in his hand trembled. Countless spear shadows swept out, and turned into a blue spear shadow domain around his body. Humph! So what if you have advanced spear intent? Under my 10,000 claws gouging, you have no power to resist at all. Looking at the spear shadow domain around Zhuowen's body, Qin Yan was disdainful. The truth was just as he had thought. The spear intent that had reached a higher level was indeed unable to withstand a single blow under the 10,000 claws gouging heart, and was instantly broken. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He waved the bone spear again, and countless spear shadows swept out again. At the same time, these blue spear shadows condensed into blue crystals, and waves of even more terrifying power concept surged out. If advanced spear intent is not enough, then what about peak spear intent? A cold voice rang in Qin Yan's ears once again. He only heard the sound of something breaking through the air. A bone spear accompanied by countless blue crystals blocked the countless claw shadows with irresistible force. Crack! Chapter 769. Asking for humiliation. Whoosh! Countless claw shadows were broken, and a cold light swept out, instantly pressing against Qin Yan's shoulder blade. Poochie! A stream of blood spurted out, and the bone spear instantly pierced through Qin Yan's shoulder blade, bringing with it a copious amount of blood. Qin Yan's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Greater perfection spear intent. Qin Yan's pupils shrank slightly. In that brilliant spear strike just now, his 10,000 claws gouging heart was instantly defeated like paper. He knew that a spear intent that had reached the next level would not be able to achieve such power. Only a greater perfection spear intent could reach that level of brilliance, shattering countless claw shadows with a single strike. Silence, the surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. Whether it was on the high platform or around the square, everyone had tacitly quietened down. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes simultaneously stared at the bone spear on the arena, as well as Qin Yan's shoulder blade that had been pierced through by the bone spear. Qin Yan, who possessed the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace's Azure Dragon secret art, was actually defeated by Zhuowen in front of everyone's expectant gazes, without the slightest hesitation. The funny thing was that Qin Yan was still standing proudly at the beginning, and did not put Zhuowen in his eyes at all. He even suggested that Zhuowen should make a move first. Thinking of Qin Yan's face at that time, and now that he had been pierced by the bone spear, everyone felt their minds shake. The contrast between before and after was simply too great. I will not lose, Zhuowen, die for me. After being stunned for a long time, Qin Yan seemed to have gone mad. He roared loudly, and the enormous Azure Dragon shadow behind him swooped down, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Zhuowen, wanting to completely tear Zhuowen apart. Qin Yan was actually lifted up by Zhuowen's bone spear in front of everyone's eyes, and he was unable to resist at all. How could he, Qin Yan, endure such humiliation? Humph! Ridiculous! Zhuowen coldly snorted as his terrifying mental energy burst out. The greater limitless sword formation hummed and turned into countless sword beams that appeared above Zhuowen, forming an impenetrable wall. Bang! The defensive power of the infinity sword formation was extremely strong. Moreover, the Azure Dragon shadow that Qin Yan used to break through the heaven's bane had already expended too much energy. Therefore, it was impossible for it to break through the iron wall formed by the infinity sword formation. Awoo! After several fruitless bombardments, the Azure Dragon's illusory figure let out a sorrowful cry and actually directly dissipated. Qin Yan's expression became even more gloomy. Now that his shoulder blade was pierced by the bone spear, he couldn't use any strength in his body. The Azure Dragon Phantom couldn't receive the support of his strength, so it naturally dissipated quickly. Now he was at the end of his rope. Zhuowen. You're really despicable. I wasn't even prepared, yet you made a move. Truly too shameless. Qin Yan's expression was unsightly as he shouted out angrily. As soon as Qin Yan said that, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. This Qin Yan was really lying through his teeth. Didn't he just say that he would let Zhuowen make a move? Now that he saw that Zhuowen wasn't weak, he was saying that Zhuowen was despicable. With a flick of the bone spear, Zhuowen directly lifted Qin Yan into the air. Then, Zhuowen ruthlessly threw Qin Yan to the ground. With a loud bang, Qin Yan was thrown to the ground like trash by Zhuowen. The surface of the arena almost cracked open. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Yan couldn't help but cough repeatedly. His waist arched like a cooked lobster as he constantly struggled and swayed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his aura was extremely weak. Qin Yan, who was lying on the ground, glared at Zhuowen. Just as he was about to speak, a foot suddenly stepped on his face, causing him to swallow the words that he was about to spit out. Didn't you just say that you would let me make a move? I made a move and you couldn't take it. Now you're saying that I'm despicable. I really admire your brain. Stepping on Qin Yan's cheek, Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. Damned guy. I'm going to kill you. Qin Yan shouted loudly. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and clawed at Zhuowen's foot. The Zhuowen in front of him was too hateful. He actually stepped on his face in front of everyone, trampling on his dignity. The shame in his heart almost drove Qin Yan crazy. A cold light flashed, and the bone spear accurately pierced Qin Yan's right hand. It directly pierced through and nailed Qin Yan to the arena, causing him to be unable to move at all. Looking at the arena, Qin Yan was directly stepped on by Zhuowen. Moreover, his right hand was nailed to the ground by the bone spear. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Yan had a great advantage this time, and there was no doubt that he would defeat Zhuowen. However, the result now was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did Qin Yan not defeat Zhuowen, but he was also defeated by Zhuowen in a few moves. Now, he was even being stepped on by Zhuowen, unable to move at all. Didn't you say that you would finish me in 3 moves? Why is it that the one being finished off now isn't me, Zhuowen, but you? Exerting force with his right foot, Qin Yan was almost face down, his face buried deep into the ground. Although Qin Yan kept struggling, he was completely powerless. He could only let out a whimper. Creak. Zhuowen. Qin Yan is still defeated. Do you still want to humiliate him? Quickly release Qin Yan. On the high platform, Aoki clenched his fist and said coldly. Looking at Aoki's ugly expression, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He said, such a piece of trash actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. How laughable. Since Prince Aoki has spoken, I, Zhuowen, will give you face and return this piece of trash to you. In this competition, no one was allowed to take lives. This was the rule set by Emperor Qin. Therefore, Zhuowen naturally couldn't kill Qin Yan in front of everyone. He could only humiliate him and teach him a lesson. Bang! Lifting his right foot, Zhuowen heavily lifted Qin Yan's chest. The huge force caused Qin Yan's pupils to shrink. His waist bent like a shrimp, and he flew out of the arena. Humph! Aoki snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force swept out and caught Qin Yan in his hand. Looking at Qin Yan, who was almost unconscious in his arms, Aoki's face turned green and white. His eyes were almost spitting fire. The second round, Zhuowen wins. Emperor Qin stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. His eyes flickered, but he wasn't too surprised. Because of the assassination last night, Emperor Qin knew very well that Zhuowen's strength wasn't simple. It could even be said that he was very strong. Even if Qin Yen fought Zhuowen fair and square, he might not be a match for the latter. However, Qin Yen thought highly of himself. He actually said that he would let Zhuowen make a move first. Such an action was undoubtedly courting death. Therefore, Emperor Qin wasn't surprised at all when Qin Yen was defeated so easily. Wow! As soon as the Azure Emperor said that, a commotion broke out in the square. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with different expressions on their faces. No one expected that Qin Yen, who was half a step away from the Xuanzun realm, would be defeated by Zhuowen so easily. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. With Zhuowen's victory, the top three in the Battle of Marquis Bestowment were completely decided. They were Zhuowen, Grand Lily, and Huangfu Wudao. The top three contestants were out of everyone's expectations. No one had any objections to Huangfu Wudao's selection. After all, Huangfu Wudao's strength was there for all to see. Regardless of whether he drew an empty lot or not, he would definitely advance. However, Zhuowen and Grand Lily's advancement was beyond everyone's expectations. The top three in the previous Battle of Marquis Bestowment were Huangfu Wudao, Morong Zhan, and Zhu Bai. There were many of them. Morong Zhan and Zhu Bai were eliminated. Only Huangfu Wudao remained unchanged. As for the mysterious Qin Yen, he had displayed great strength. Everyone thought that he would be able to advance smoothly. However, after Qin Yen was eliminated by Zhuowen, everyone's attention was basically focused on Zhuowen. This unknown genius from the outer prefecture had not only broken into the top 10 and top 5 of the Green Emperor list, but also entered the top 3 in the Battle of Marquis Bestowment. This battle record was simply too brilliant. I have said that the Battle of Marquis Bestowment will select 3 marquises. The 3 of you are in the top 3 of the Green Emperor list and have already reached the standard of a marquis. However, there are also 3 levels of marquises. They are Heaven, Earth, and Human. The Heaven Marquis is the highest, the Earth Marquis is second, and the Human Marquis is the lowest. However, even the lowest Human Marquis has a status comparable to the Lord of a prefecture. He can be given a mansion of 100 miles and control 1,000 royal soldiers. The Earth Marquis can be given a mansion of 1,000 miles and control 10,000 royal soldiers. The Heaven Marquis can be given a mansion of 10,000 miles and control 100,000 royal soldiers. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that the rewards for the 3 levels of marquises would be so generous. Most people were already extremely envious of the former's mansion, but controlling royal soldiers was enough to make them go crazy. The so-called royal soldiers were actually soldiers made up entirely of Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. All of them were basically at the Ultimate Emperor realm and above. They were truly elite troops. It was already extremely impressive for a human marquis to control 1,000 royal soldiers. However, the Earth Marquis and Heaven Marquis were even more terrifying. They controlled 10,000 royal soldiers and 100,000 royal soldiers respectively. The value of such a terrifying number of royal soldiers was actually not inferior to the price of nurturing 4 Supremacy Realm cultivators. The 3 of you are qualified to be marquises, but what level of marquis you will be given will depend on your abilities. With that, the Lotus Emperor waved his sleeve and 3 bamboo sticks appeared above his head. He continued, "The 3 of you come and draw lots. There is also an empty lot inside. Whoever draws it will depend on their luck. There is no need to draw lots. My next opponent is the Grand Lily." As soon as the Lotus Emperor finished speaking, Zhuowen stood on the arena with his spear in hand. He raised his bone spear and pointed it directly at the Grand Lily on the high platform, and his voice was like thunder that rumbled through the surroundings. As soon as these words were spoken, Huangfu Wudao, who originally had his eyes open, raised his brows, and then a trace of an imperceptible smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The Lotus Emperor didn't speak, and he glanced indifferently at Zhuowen instead. He said, it's best that there is no need to draw lots. If you want to choose your own opponent, then I won't object. However, your opponent must agree. Chapter 770. Mirror in close distance. Once Zhuowen's words came out, countless people's gazes immediately gathered on the tall platform, on the body of the Glan Lily. The news of Zhuowen's engagement with the Glan Lily had already spread throughout the imperial capital. However, it wasn't very widespread. But now, Zhuowen went up to the arena and personally said the marriage contract and the letter of divorce. Obviously, there was indeed a marriage contract between Zhuowen and the Glan Lily. Moreover, from what Zhuowen said, Zhuowen was planning to divorce Grand Lily. There is indeed an engagement between the Grand Lily and Zhuowen. Originally, I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems like it's actually true. It's said that back then, the Grand Clan looked down on the Zhuo clan and went to annul the marriage. After that, the two clans decided on the Azure Emperor ranking competition. In other words, in the Azure Emperor ranking competition, if Zhuowen's results were better, the Grand Clan would accept the annulment. If not, Zhuowen would have to hand over the marriage certificate. I didn't expect the two families to have such an agreement. However, the Grand Clan's foresight isn't good. This Zhuowen's talent is so terrifying that he broke through all the obstacles and entered the top 3 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Such a genius should be more than enough to be the son-in-law of the Grand Clan. Sounds of discussion rang out around the square. In fact, many people were extremely puzzled in their hearts. Back then, the Grant family had actually personally gone to the Zhuo family to break off the engagement. After all, the talent that Zhuowen had displayed could be said to be monstrous. Such a genius was totally qualified to be the son-in-law of the Grant family. Hearing the discussions around him, Grand Haohai's expression gradually became gloomy. The gaze he used to stare at Zhuowen was filled with a dark and cold expression. Zhuowen's growth was too fast. It was so fast that even Grand Haohai hadn't expected that Zhuowen would reach his current level of achievement and enter the top 3 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Speaking of which, Grand Haohai actually regretted breaking off the engagement. If he had known that Zhuowen was so monstrous, it wouldn't have mattered if Zhuowen married into the Grand family. At that time, the Grand family would have one more powerful genius. However, it was useless to say anything now. The engagement had already been called off. Moreover, he, Grand Haohai, had joined forces with the Chao and Feng families to assassinate Zhuowen last night. The two sides had already formed a death grudge. They were like fire and water, and it was difficult to reconcile. What? Are you afraid to accept my, Zhuowen's, challenge? If you don't dare to do so, it means that your ranking on the Azure Emperor rankings will be lower than mine. In that case, quickly accept the letter of divorce. On the stage, Zhuowen's voice grew louder and louder, like the beating of a drum. It rolled around the stage and shook the eardrums of countless people. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes flickered and her expression darkened. Especially when she felt the doubtful gazes from all around her, it made it even more difficult for her to stop halfway. If she accepted the challenge, Zhuowen's strength was obvious. If she didn't accept the challenge, it meant that she admitted that she was inferior to Zhuowen. Then, she would have to accept the letter of divorce. In that case, the Grand family's reputation would be ruined. Humph. Who said that I don't dare to do so? Zhuowen, you're too confident. The outcome of the battle between you and me is unknown. Grand Lily snorted coldly. With a stomp of her feet, she instantly arrived on the stage. Her beautiful eyes were filled with cold light as she stared at Zhuowen. Did I say that I would definitely win? I only invited you to a battle. It's you who didn't dare to come up. What does this have to do with my confidence? Or is it that you're actually afraid? Zhuowen said indifferently. As soon as he said that, Grand Lily's face froze. Zhuowen was right. He didn't seem to say that he would definitely win. It was just Grand Lily who thought that he would. Grand Lily has the near-distance mirror. In addition to the cultivation of half-step to Xuanzun realm, she should be able to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. On the high platform, Grand Haohai's eyes flickered. Although he couldn't see through Zhuowen, after experiencing the assassination last night, he had a rough idea of Zhuowen's strength. It should be comparable to a middle-stage martial artist in the Xuanzun realm. With the near-distance mirror, Grand Lily's true strength was probably higher than a middle-stage martial artist in the Xuanzun realm. This was also the reason why Grand Haohai had confidence in Grand Lily. The surrounding people were also looking forward to the battle. Everyone had witnessed Grand Lily's strength. She had defeated Zhu Bai, who was ranked third on the Qing Emperor leaderboard, in one move. As for Zhuowen's strength, it was needless to say. Even Qin Yan had been defeated by him. Both of them were extremely powerful. Coincidentally, both of them were engaged. This battle was also the battle of the letter of divorce. Therefore, many people were looking forward to the outcome of the battle. They wanted to know who would win and who would lose. After all, no matter who lost, it wouldn't do any good to their reputation. Both of you can start the battle. Emperor Qing finally spoke. Boom! As soon as Emperor Qing spoke, two extremely terrifying auras burst out from both sides of the arena at the same time. They turned into two extremely terrifying pillars of qi that shot straight into the sky. For a moment, the countless clouds in the sky were disrupted, causing the sky to change color. What a terrifying aura! Both of them are half-stage martial artists in the Xuanzun realm. When the two people in the arena released their auras, countless people's pupils shrank slightly. However, they immediately became more excited. Since Zhuowen and Grand Lily had the same cultivation, the outcome of this battle would be suspenseful. The outcome of the battle would become more and more confusing. Standing beside Aoki, his face was bruised and his eyes were bruised. He looked at the two people releasing their auras in the arena. His face was a little ugly. Originally, he thought that since his cultivation had reached the half-stage martial artist in the Xuanzun realm 10 days ago, he would definitely be the first person after Huangfu Wudao. However, at that moment, Grand Lily and Zhuowen had the same cultivation as him. Moreover, he, Qin Yan, had been defeated by Zhuowen, who was not well known. Such humiliation almost made Qin Yan want to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. At the same time, Qin Yan's resentment towards Zhuowen grew. Kill! Zhuowen shouted loudly. His aura was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and instantly swept towards Grand Lily. Today, he would personally defeat Grand Lily and completely divorce this bitch. Grand Lily was not to be outdone. She waved her jade-like hand and the soft whip landed on her palm. Immediately, she danced and created countless whip shadows. They were like countless pythons as they attacked Zhuowen. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the two of them collided. Zhuowen held the bone spear in his hand and his hair danced in the wind. On the other hand, Grand Lily held the soft whip in her hand and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Rumble. A ring-shaped aura burst out from between the two of them and spread out in all directions. Dang dang dang. Zhuowen and Grand Lily each took a few hundred steps back. Finally, they stopped at the edge of the ring and looked at each other solemnly. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and there was a trace of shock in his heart. The strength of Grand Lily was somewhat out of his expectations. Originally, he thought that Grand Lily's strength should be similar to Qin Yan's. However, after the fight earlier, he realized that Grand Lily's strength was actually much stronger than Qin Yan's. How can Grand Lily be so strong? Qin Yan also noticed the two figures on the stage that separated upon contact. This was especially so for Grand Baihe, who was evenly matched with Zhuowen. A strange expression finally appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. Qin Yan was very clear about how strong Zhuowen was. Even an ordinary half-step to Xuanzuan realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves in Zhuowen's hands, let alone being evenly matched with him. I see. Grand Haohai has really put in a lot of effort. He even gave the near-distance mirror to Grand Lily. Suddenly, Aoki, who was beside Qin Yan, focused his gaze on Grand Lily and said in a low voice. Near-distance mirror. Qin Yan's pupils shrank and he looked at Grand Lily again. This time, he finally noticed that there was an ordinary mirror on Grand Lily's waist. If one didn't observe carefully, one wouldn't think that the mirror on Grand Lily's waist would be a heaven-rank spiritual treasure. It's really the near-distance mirror. No wonder Grand Lily's strength has become so strong. Qin Yan muttered in a low voice. He understood the near-distance mirror quite well. The near-distance mirror was a heaven-rank spiritual treasure and it was the clan treasure of the Grand family. It was said that the mirror had the effect of increasing a martial artist's fighting power by 70%. At the same time, it also had a strong defensive effect. No wonder Grand Lily was able to be evenly matched with Zhuowen. After all, Grand Lily's original body was half-step to Xuanzuan realm. With the enhancement effect of the near-distance mirror, it was enough to increase his fighting power to Xuanzuan realm. In addition to the terrifying defensive ability of the near-distance mirror, Grand Lily was now able to fight with a middle-stage Xuanzuan realm martial artist. It's actually the near-distance mirror. No wonder Grand Lily is so confident. It turns out that the Grand family head even gave such a precious spiritual treasure to Grand Lily. Since Zhuowen is strong enough, I wonder if he can successfully defeat Grand Lily who has the near-distance mirror. Around them, some sharp-eyed people naturally noticed the mirror at Grand Lily's waist and recognized that it was the Grand family head's clan treasure, the near-distance mirror. It seems that the Grand family head attaches great importance to this battle. He even gave the near-distance mirror to Grand Lily. Emperor Qing looked at Grand Haohai with a faint smile. Your Highness is too serious. After all, this is the marquee battle and there are many strong people. I only hope that my daughter can obtain a high ranking and win glory for the Grand family. Of course, even if my daughter has the near-distance mirror, she basically has no chance of winning against His Highness the First Prince. However, it is more than enough to deal with some arrogant brat. When he spoke to this point, Grand Haohai's gaze intentionally looked towards the direction of the stage. Clearly, the so-called ignorant brat that he was talking about should be Zhuowen, who was on the stage. Grand Haohai, you'd better clean your mouth. Don't fart there all day. Even if your Grand Lily has the near-distance mirror, I'm afraid she's no match for Zhuowen. When the time comes, you'll have to accept Zhuowen's letter of divorce. Hee hee. Lu Hantian, who was standing not far away, crossed his arms and looked at Grand Haohai with disdain. However, the smile on his face became even wider. Chapter 771. Exchanging blows. Zhuowen's gaze hardened slightly as he noticed the ordinary-looking mirror on Grand Lily's waist. When he was exchanging blows with Grand Lily earlier, he clearly felt that Grand Lily's strength was far weaker than his. However, the mirror on Grand Lily's waist strangely emitted a white glow, causing Grand Lily's strength to instantly increase. Furthermore, Zhuowen also discovered that most of the power from the attacks he had landed on Grand Lily's body had turned into a wave of aftershocks that were absorbed by the mirror on her waist. Evidently, this mirror also had the ability to defend against attacks and absorb a portion of the attack's power. What a strange mirror! Zhuowen muttered softly as he stared at the close proximity mirror on Grand Lily's waist. Kid! The mirror on this little girl's body is not simple. It seems to be the Grand family's clan treasure, the close proximity mirror. It is a heaven-rank low-tier soul treasure. You have to be careful. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, causing Zhuowen's gaze to become increasingly solemn. He did not expect that Grand Lily would actually possess a heaven-rank soul treasure like the close proximity mirror. It seems like this close proximity mirror was given to Grand Lily by Grand Hao Hai. Recalling the confident expression on Grand Hao Hai's face, did Grand Hao Hai think that Grand Lily would be able to defeat him, Zhuowen, with the close proximity mirror? Zhuowen, this is our Grand family's clan treasure, the close proximity mirror. It is a heaven-rank soul treasure. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to contend against a heaven-rank soul treasure. I feel that you should stop resisting stubbornly. Just forfeit and hand over the marriage certificate. Perhaps that way, you will not lose too badly. Seeing Zhuowen continuously retreat, the worry on Grand Lily's face slowly disappeared. Originally, she had thought that even with the close proximity mirror, she might not be a match for Zhuowen. But now, it seemed that she had worried too much. Now, the mirror of near at hand had only displayed a trace of its might, and Zhuowen was only evenly matched with her. If the mirror of near at hand completely released its might, she would be completely capable of crushing Zhuowen. You want me to forfeit and hand over the marriage certificate? Do you think you have the qualifications? Even with a heaven-ranked spirit treasure, you are unable to defeat me. Do you think a piece of trash like you is qualified? Zhuowen stood with his bone spear in hand. With a jerk of his bone spear, countless spear shadows immediately gushed out from his body, dyeing the area several dozen feet around him blue. Ci. Strange sounds were heard as blue crystals gradually appeared around Zhuowen, who was in the blue domain. These crystals were formed from the power of concept and possessed a terrifying power that was difficult to destroy. Whoosh! Once the great perfection spear intent was unleashed, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he arrived in front of Glen Lily, and with the bone spear out, countless blue crystals shot out like snow. Grand Lily snorted and formed a seal with her jade-like hand. Instantly, the mirror at her waist flew out and floated behind her. It transformed into a round mirror that was a few feet in size, and a wave of pressure poured out. It was the pressure that belonged to a heavenly rank spirit treasure. Ding! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The bone spear shuttled through the void and stopped in front of Grand Lily in an instant. However, when it was 5 feet away from the ladder, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and its speed stagnated. Zhuowen's gaze turned serious. Only then did he realize that the near mirror, which was floating behind Grand Lily, was emitting a milky white energy. The energy flowed out continuously and gathered in front of Grand Lily, forming a white light screen. It was this white light screen that completely blocked Zhuowen's bone spear outside the light screen, and it was unable to advance any further. Don't waste your energy. The near mirror is a heavenly rank spirit treasure. Its defensive power is not something you can imagine. Looking at the bone spear that was blocked outside and unable to advance any further, Grand Lily's mouth was filled with a cold smile. So what if Zhuowen had unleashed the great perfection spear intent? Under the defensive power of the near mirror, the great perfection spear intent was unable to break through. Swoosh! At the moment when the bone spear was blocked by the near mirror, Grand Lily made her move. Her jade-like hand waved gently, and the soft whip was like a crafty poisonous snake that swept towards Zhuowen's vital parts. This caused Zhuowen to have no choice but to withdraw his spear to block the soft whip that was sweeping towards him. Bang! The soft whip hit the bone spear, causing Zhuowen's body to involuntarily lean back. He took a few heavy steps in the void and barely managed to stabilize his body. Under the amplification of the near mirror, the power of Grand Lily had actually increased by so much. Until then, Zhuowen could faintly feel that the web between his thumb and forefinger was slightly numb, and he almost could not hold the bone spear in his hand steadily. Swoosh! At the moment when Zhuowen retreated, Grand Lily's gaze turned serious. Her jade-like hand did not stop moving. She swung the soft whip again and swept towards Zhuowen, not giving Zhuowen the slightest chance to catch his breath. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He was also awe-inspiring and fearless. Suddenly, 3 pairs of thunder wings grew out from his back. He transformed into a thunderbolt and instantly dodged Grand Lily's whip attack. In a flash, Zhuowen had already arrived behind Grand Lily's back. The bone spear shook once again, and a terrifying power of concept swept out and heavily hit the near mirror of Grand Lily. He knew that the reason why Grand Lily's power had increased so dramatically was all because of the near mirror. If he could shatter the close mirror, then Grand Lily would lose their only support. At that time, they would not be a match for Zhuowen. Buzz! The bone spear smashed onto the near mirror, and Zhuowen could only feel a huge force. A terrifying buzzing sound resounded in his ears, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink slightly. He continuously retreated, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The ignorant are really fearless. After all, the near mirror is a heavenly spiritual treasure, and it already has spirituality. This kid actually tried to break the near mirror in vain. He's simply overestimating himself. On the high platform, when Grand Haohai saw that Zhuowen had been repelled by the power of the near mirror, the corners of his mouth revealed a faint mocking smile. The trace of worry in his heart had also been put down. In his opinion, Grand Lily, who possessed the near mirror, had a power that far surpassed Zhuowen. The outcome of this battle would be revealed very soon. As expected of the Grand family's clan treasure. The near mirror is indeed terrifying. Not only can it greatly increase a warrior's fighting power, but even its defensive power is so strong. Zhuowen is quite unlucky. In terms of power, Zhuowen should be slightly stronger than Grand Lily. It's a pity that Grand Lily has a treasure like the near mirror. Having a heavenly spiritual treasure is also a kind of power. Winner takes all. Even if Grand Lily uses the near mirror to defeat Zhuowen, it's still a victory. Moreover, it's understandable. Looking at Zhuowen, who was at a disadvantage, the people around the square shook their heads. It seemed that Zhuowen was going to be defeated. After all, Grand Lily, who possessed the near mirror, was too powerful. Her defense was so terrifying that it was simply unbreakable. Humph! Zhuowen, since you're not giving up, I'll directly eliminate you. Looking at Zhuowen, who was continuously retreating, the coldness in Grand Lily's beautiful eyes became even more intense. The worry in the beginning had already vanished into thin air. Zhuowen, who was in front of her, was simply unable to threaten her in the slightest. Swoosh! Grand Lily leaped and directly arrived above Zhuowen. With a swing of her soft whip, it transformed into thousands of whip shadows and crushed towards Zhuowen. She wanted to use this attack to completely eliminate Zhuowen. Do you really think that you have the ability to eliminate me? All of a sudden, Zhuowen gave a strange smile. In an instant, he was enveloped by the thousands of whip shadows. The densely packed whip shadows were simply unable to see Zhuowen's figure clearly. Grand Lily also saw the strange smile on Zhuowen's face. Her long, shapely eyebrows knitted together as she felt a little strange in her heart. Deliberately mystifying. Shaking her head, Grand Lily's mouth was filled with a cold smile. She thought that Zhuowen was merely deliberately mystifying before his death, so she did not pay much attention to it. Swoosh! Landing slowly on the arena, Grand Lily no longer cared about the countless whip shadows in the void. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Emperor Qin, who was on the high platform, as she slowly said, "Your Majesty Emperor Qin, you should be able to announce the result, right?" However, Emperor Qin shook his head and said with a faint smile, "The time has not yet come. Zhuowen has not been eliminated yet." As soon as he said this, Grand Lily's pupils shrank. She could not help but raise her head to look at the sky. Instantly, she saw that the thousands of whip shadows had actually started to distort at this moment. Rumble! A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded in the sky above the arena. A mushroom-like cloud of smoke gradually appeared and filled the surrounding sky. A golden light that was like a scorching sun burst out from the cloud of smoke. Furthermore, The crowd was shocked to discover that the golden light in the cloud of smoke was descending at a terrifying speed. Swoosh! A terrifying air-rending sound resounded in everyone's ears. It was like a knife cutting through the air, causing many people with low cultivation to cover their ears with their hands. Grand Lily's eyelids twitched. This was because she realized that the air-rending sound was descending in the direction of her corner. With a stomp of her foot, Grand Lily was like a nimble butterfly. In an instant, she retreated dozens of meters. The moment she retreated, the golden light finally landed on the arena. Rumble. The entire suspended platform shook violently and swayed in all directions. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the surface of the suspended platform actually started to spread out like a spider web. This was a phenomenon caused by a huge force. What a terrifying force! Could it be caused by that fellow, Zhuowen? Looking at the cracked ground under her feet, Grand Lily's pupils shrank. Her gaze immediately landed on the deep pit in front of her. She knew that the person in the deep pit should be Zhuowen. Swoosh! Another air-rending sound swept out. A tall figure with an endless amount of golden light swept out and arrived in front of Grand Lily in an instant. Only then did Grand Lily see the true appearance of the golden figure clearly. The figure in front of her had 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body was filled with dazzling golden light, as if he was a god that descended from the sky. In the strong and thick arms, there were 6 long spears that were filled with flowing light. At that moment, the 6 long spears struck out together and swept towards Grand Lily. This is Zhuowen. Looking at the strange figure with 3 heads and 6 arms in front of her, Grand Lily was stunned for a moment. She could recognize that the face in the middle of the 3 heads was Zhuowen's face while the other 2 heads were Buddha's. Chapter 772. Regret. Looking at the 6 spears that were heading straight for her, Grand Lily finally regained her senses after being absent-minded for a moment. She pushed with her jade-like hands, and under the amplification of the near-at-hand mirror, her elemental energy surged out, forming a wall of elemental energy. Boom! The 6 spears smashed onto the wall of elemental energy. Following that, Grand Lily's pupils shrank as she discovered that the wall of elemental energy could not hold on for long, and directly shattered into countless pieces. Once the wall of elemental energy was broken, the 6 spears crushed down like a hot knife through butter, and finally smashed onto the white light barrier formed by the near-at-hand mirror. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The defense of the near-at-hand mirror was indeed terrifying. Under the power of the 6 arms, the 6 spears were actually unable to penetrate the defense of the near-at-hand mirror. Zhuowen, whose strength had suddenly increased, caused Grand Lily to reveal a look of panic. However, after seeing that Zhuowen, who had transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, was still unable to break the defense of the near-at-hand mirror, Grand Lily was slightly relieved, and the corner of her mouth revealed a faintly discernible smile. Zhuowen, I never thought that you would actually hide such a terrifying secret technique, but it's useless. Even if you transform into 3 heads and 6 arms, it's unlikely that you'll be able to break the near-at-hand mirror. Her gaze landed on Zhuowen, and the corner of Grand Lily's mouth was filled with a mocking smile as she mocked and ridiculed. You think I can't break it? Then I, Zhuowen, will break it for you to see. Zhuowen's expression was cold and indifferent. The 6 spears danced once again, and immediately, 6 spear intent domains erupted. Zhuowen instantly released 6 spear intent domains that had reached the next level. The 6 spears once again smashed onto the white light barrier. Following that, the 6 spear intent domains all exploded on their own. The terrifying power spread out, causing the white light barrier to shake continuously. What? This guy can actually use 6 spear intents. Looking at the 6 exploding spear intent domains, Grand Lily's pupils constricted into needles, and she could not help but exclaim. Furthermore, the power that erupted from the 6 spear intent domains also caused Grand Lily to be secretly shocked. The originally unmoving white light barrier, for the first time, began to shake violently. Fortunately, after the white light barrier shook violently, it once again regained its stability, causing Grand Lily to heave a sigh of relief. It's not over yet. Just when Glen Lily thought that this was the end, Zhuowen's cold voice rang out once again. Then, Zhuowen's 6 arms waved fiercely and once again unleashed the 6 spear intent domain. Then, these 6 spear intent domains joined together under Zhuowen's control, condensing into a blue crystalline spear that seemed to have substance. This blue crystalline spear was condensed from the power of will that had reached the pinnacle. Its power was much more terrifying than the spear will field of 6 paths rumble. The blue crystal spear was like an arrow that had left the bow. It shot out explosively and collided with the white light shield. Instantly, an even more terrifying tremor spread throughout the entire white light shield. Granny Lily even fell to the ground involuntarily under this violent tremor. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with horror that could not be erased. How could it be so terrifying? How could the power of Zhuowen's 6 spear intents be so much stronger than before? Crack! A clear sound rang out. Then, Granny Lily was stunned to discover that the white light shield that she thought was impregnable had actually started to crack under her gaze. Then, these cracks spread all around the light shield and finally, it completely shattered. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Like a withered leaf, Granny Lily shot out backwards. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with a rich look of disbelief. The near-distance mirror had actually been broken. Furthermore, it was broken by Zhuowen. Once the near-distance mirror was broken, the entire square became extremely quiet. The defense of the heavenly rank soul treasure, near-distance mirror, was actually broken by Zhuowen just like that. This was something that no one had expected. Creak. Granny Haohai, who originally had a smile on his face, froze. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Granny Lily who was flying backwards. His fists involuntarily clenched tightly. Defeated. Even Granny Lily, who possessed the near-distance mirror, was defeated. This also meant that he, Granny Haohai, had to accept Zhuowen's letter of divorce. Whoosh. Granny Lily was directly sent flying out of the arena. A sturdy figure directly caught Granny Lily. With a step in the air, he returned to the high platform. This figure was naturally Granny Haohai. The instant Granny Lily was sent flying, he immediately executed his movement technique to catch Granny Lily. At this moment, Granny Haohai's expression was extremely ugly. Zhuowen didn't hold back in the slightest. Not only did he break the defense of the near-distance mirror, he even affected Granny Lily. At this moment, Granny Lily's face was as pale as snow. Strands of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely delicate and weak. Zhuowen. Aren't you too ruthless? After Granny Haohai healed Granny Lily's injuries, his gaze focused on Zhuowen who was in the arena. He couldn't help but shout out angrily. Ruthless? Last night, you aggressively led many experts to surround and annihilate me. You couldn't wait for me, Zhuowen, to die without a burial ground. Aren't you ruthless? The mocking smile at the corner of Zhuowen's mouth became even more intense. Granny Haohai really dared to say such words. He, Granny Haohai and Granny Lily, had tried every possible means to kill Zhuowen. He, Zhuowen, had yet to pursue the matter. Yet, Granny Haohai actually questioned him first. It was really laughable. Granny Haohai's expression turned sluggish. He snorted coldly and didn't speak anymore. Instead, he silently transferred his origin energy to Granny Lily to stabilize her injuries. Zhuowen wins this round. Emperor Qin looked at Zhuowen with surprise. Emperor Qin was especially interested in the secret skill of 3 heads and 6 arms that Zhuowen had displayed. After Emperor Qin's announcement, Zhuowen didn't rush to leave the arena. Instead, He stood silently in the arena and looked at Granny Howhai and Granny Lily as if he was waiting for Granny Howhai to heal Granny Lily's injuries. After a while, Granny Lily's pale face became slightly rosy. With Granny Howhai's help, she slowly stood up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Zhuowen, who was in the arena. Granny Lily bit her lower lip. She didn't expect Zhuowen to grow so quickly. Back in the Peach Blossom origin map, Zhuowen had been chased by her until he was forced to flee in a sorry state. Now, even though she had used her clan's treasure, the near-distance mirror, it was actually broken by Zhuowen. Without a doubt, she had been far surpassed by Zhuowen. Moreover, the gap between the two of them might only get bigger in the future. After all, with Zhuowen's speed of growth, his cultivation would only increase faster than hers, and not slower than hers. Patriarch Granny, now that Granny Lily has been defeated, I think you should get down to business, right? After Granny Lily's injuries recovered a little, Granny Howhai helped her up. At the same time, Zhuowen's cold voice came from the arena. Zhuowen. What do you mean? I don't understand. Granny Howhai's eyes flickered, but his face was filled with doubt. Granny Lily, who was standing beside him, clenched her fists and bit her lower lip. What do I mean? You don't understand. Patriarch Granny, do you need me to make it clearer? As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a piece of white paper from his chest and said, "This letter of divorce was written in the Zhuo family back then. I've prepared it long ago. Put your fingerprint on it." Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. Zhuowen actually planned to take out the letter of divorce in front of so many people and let Granny Howhai personally put his fingerprint on it. Humph! Zhuowen, I can agree to cancel the engagement between you and my daughter, but I definitely can't accept this letter of divorce. Granny Howhai said with a gloomy gaze. In other words, you, the dignified patriarch of the Granny family, want to break the contract in front of so many people, including His Majesty Emperor Qing. As expected of one of the 5 great patriarchs, your skin is much thicker than mine. Granny Howhai's answer made Zhuowen's gaze turn cold, and he couldn't help but sneer. Zhuowen. Don't push your luck. I can cancel the engagement, but my Granny family will never accept this letter of divorce. Granny Howhai said in a deep voice. Old Granny, do you still want your face? You were the one who made the agreement. Why are you going back on your word now? Lu Hantian, who was standing on the other side of the high platform, suddenly stood up and stared at Granny Howhai with an unfriendly gaze. Back then, Granny Howhai had solemnly proposed this agreement in front of him. Now, Zhuowen had openly defeated Granny Howhai in the arena, but Granny Howhai had repeatedly evaded it. It was too hateful. Looking at Lu Hantian, who had suddenly exploded, Granny Howhai's gaze turned cold as he said coldly, Lu Hantian, after all, this is a matter between my Granny family and the Zhuo family. What qualifications does an outsider like you have to interfere? Hearing this, Lu Hantian was instantly enraged. He stomped his foot, wanting to teach Granny Howhai a lesson. However, the moment Lu Hantian made his move, Emperor Qing tilted his head and stared at Lu Hantian indifferently, causing Lu Hantian to tremble and not dare to move. Lu Hantian. This is the throne room. I have already said that private fights are not allowed here. Could it be that you have ignored my words? Emperor Qing said indifferently. Lu Hantian's gaze flickered as he said unwillingly, I have been presumptuous. I hope your Majesty Emperor Qing doesn't take it to heart. However, you have also seen that Granny Howhai is shameless. He actually publicly broke the agreement. Hearing Lu Hantian call him an old bastard, the veins on Granny Howhai's forehead bulged. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Emperor Qing, Your Majesty Emperor Qing, this is Zhuowen slander. Back then, the agreement was clearly to annul the engagement. There was no annulment letter. This little bastard is simply spouting nonsense. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. This Granny Haohai was really spouting nonsense and inverting right and wrong. However, Zhuowen also knew that the decision was now in Emperor Qing's hands. If Emperor Qing presided, it would be useless for Granny Haohai to quibble. He would have to accept Zhuowen's annulment letter. Not only Zhuowen, but everyone's eyes were also on Emperor Qing. They wanted to see how Emperor Qing would decide. Emperor Qing's expression was calm and indifferent. He glanced at Zhuowen, then at Granny Haohai, and slowly said, "Zhuowen, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Take a step back and everything will be fine. Annul the engagement with the Granny clan. As for the annulment letter, there is no need to mention it." Chapter 773. Fight for the Marquis. The plaza instantly became much quieter. Not only was Zhuowen stunned, but the others in the plaza were also stunned. The Lotus Emperor's words were very clear. Zhuowen and Grand Haohai could cancel the engagement, but they could forget about the letter of divorce. In other words, the Lotus Emperor agreed with Grand Haohai's point of view. Obviously, the Lotus Emperor was siding with Grand Haohai and even had the intention of shielding him. "Your Majesty, did you not hear my words clearly? The letter of divorce was personally set by Grand Haohai and Big Brother Lu Hantian. It's definitely not fake." Zhuowen stepped forward and stared at the Lotus Emperor. "Zhuowen is right. That old bastard Grand Haohai personally made this agreement in front of me. I believe that your Majesty is a fair and just person." Lu Hantian also spoke. Grand Haohai's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Your Majesty, these two people are both from Muqing County. Moreover, they call each other brothers. It's too easy to spread false information. I believe that your Majesty is a wise person and will not be deceived by these two despicable people." Zhuowen and Lu Hantian immediately frowned when they heard Grand Haohai's words. Grand Haohai was actually so shamelessly denying it at this juncture. The Lotus Emperor nodded and stared at Zhuowen. He said, "Grand Haohai's words are not without reason. After all, this agreement came from the two of you. It's not very trustworthy. If there are others who can testify, I will believe you." Zhuowen and Lu Hantian were speechless when they heard that. Only the Zhuo family and the Grand Haohai's family knew about this agreement. Needless to say, the Grand Haohai's family would never admit to this matter. On the other hand, the Zhuo family should be of the same clan. It was not convincing enough. Zhuowen really couldn't find anyone else who could testify for him. He. "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, you've also seen it. This is simply a bunch of nonsense from Zhuowen. This kid is full of nonsense and actually wants to damage our grand family's reputation. It's truly hateful to the extreme. As the patriarch of the Grant family, this old man wishes to request your Majesty to allow this old man to go up and teach this kid a lesson." Grand Haohai stared coldly at Zhuowen as he cupped his hands toward the Azure Supreme Arch. He actually wanted to take the initiative to teach Zhuowen a lesson. Zhuowen's gaze turned even colder. Grand Haohai was a disrespectful old man. First, he broke the agreement and threw it to the back of his mind. Now, he even shamelessly volunteered to teach Zhuowen a lesson. The extent of Grand Haohai's shamelessness was practically an eye-opener for Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew very well that if the Azure Supreme the Arch really allowed Grand Haohai to teach him a lesson, this old man would probably kill him. At that time, Zhuowen would be doomed. After all, Grand Haohai was a golden venerate. Although Zhuowen had the combat power of the Xuanzuan realm, there was an insurmountable gap between him and a golden venerate. If the two of them were to fight, Zhuowen would undoubtedly be defeated and might even fall into a dead end. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone's gaze gathered on the Azure Supreme the Arch. They knew that the Azure Supreme the Arch had the final say. In the eyes of most people, Grand Haohai's request was already too much. They didn't know if the Azure Supreme the Arch would agree to grant Hao Hai's somewhat rude request. The Azure Supreme the Arch faintly glanced at Grant Hao Hai. After pondering for a while, he said, "No need. Private fights are not allowed in the throne room. This Supreme the Arch has already stated this rule. Don't make me repeat it again." "Yes. Your Majesty, this old man has been negligent," Grant Hao Hai said respectfully. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. If the Azure Supreme the Arch had agreed to let him teach Zhuowen a lesson, he was 100% confident that he would have been able to completely cripple Zhuowen. "Your Majesty, Grant Hao Hai is simply spouting nonsense. You have to investigate the truth before making a decision." Lu Hontian suddenly stepped forward. Just as he was about to say something, the Azure Supreme the Arch stared indifferently at Lu Hontian and said indifferently, "Do I still need you to teach me?" Lu Hontian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He immediately stopped speaking. He knew very well that the Azure Supreme the Arch was the Supreme the Arch. His words were the rules and couldn't be questioned. Lu Hontian was a martialist at the Azure Supreme the Arch thought highly of. Hence, the Azure Supreme the Arch didn't flare up even though the former had repeatedly objected. If it had been anyone else who had contradicted the Azure Supreme the Arch, they would have already died without a burial ground. Zhuowen didn't say anything. Instead, he fell into a rare silence. He knew very well that since the Azure Supreme the Arch had spoken, no matter how much he objected, it would be useless. However, Zhuowen wouldn't let it go just like that. Whether it was the issue of the letter of divorce or the encirclement and assassination last night, Zhuowen had already sentenced the Grant family to death in his heart. Since Zhuowen has won this round, then this Marquis Conferral battle is over. Grant Hao Hai is ranked third on the Azure Supreme the Arch list and has been conferred the title of Marquis. Suddenly, Emperor Qing, who was standing at the top of the high platform, spoke loudly. He waved his sleeve, and a golden token flew out and landed in Grand Lily's hand. On the surface of the token, the word "human" was engraved, representing the identity of the human Marquis. Many people around the plaza looked at the golden token in Grant Hao Hai's hand with a fervent look in their eyes. The three Marquises of heaven, earth, and man were the most powerful of all the Marquises. Whether it was in terms of territory or military strength, they were far more powerful than the average Marquis. A single Marquis could control 1,000 royal soldiers, which meant 1,000 well-trained Ultimate Emperor Realm soldiers. This was a huge force that could crush any city. Even a super city wouldn't be able to stop such an elite force. Grant Hao Hai stroked her jade-like hand and expressionlessly took the token. She was in no mood for anything else after her great defeat at the hands of Zhuowen. She seemed to be in a daze. This is the Marquis token. With the Marquis token in hand, you can go to the Ultimate Emperor army of the royal city and lead 1,000 soldiers. These 1,000 royal soldiers will be your personal army and will all be under your control, the Azure Supreme the Arch said indifferently. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Glen Hao Hai hurriedly bowed, a trace of excitement on his face. That was 1,000 Ultimate Emperor Realm soldiers. It would be of great benefit to the Glen family. Zhuowen defeated Grant Hao Hai and is ranked second on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Huangfu Wudao is ranked first on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. There shouldn't be any objections to this Emperor's arrangement, right? After saying that, the Azure Emperor looked around. His indifferent voice slowly rang out, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone in the plaza nodded. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Although Zhuowen hadn't truly faced off against Huangfu Wudao, they all knew that the final result would undoubtedly be Zhuowen's defeat. After all, Huangfu Wudao's strength had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. In addition, Huangfu Wudao had already advanced to the Xuanzuan realm. His strength was much more terrifying than before. Therefore, although Zhuowen's performance was extremely stunning, everyone still didn't think that Zhuowen had the strength to fight Huangfu Wudao. There were even some people who guessed that the Azure Supreme Thearch's actions were for Zhuowen's sake. After all, every time Huangfu Wudao made a move, he would either die or be injured. Zhuowen's talent and potential were both top-notch. If he faced off against Huangfu Wudao, it was very likely that there would be casualties. This was probably not something that the Azure Supreme Thearch wanted to see. Therefore, the Azure Supreme Thearch didn't intend to arrange for Zhuowen to fight with Huangfu Wudao. After all, these two remaining geniuses could be considered as true peerless monsters. Losing one of them would be a great loss to the empire. Zhuowen's pupils had indeed shrunk slightly. The Azure Supreme Thearch was too certain. Could it be that he was certain that he, Zhuowen, would lose to Huangfu Wudao? After all, they hadn't even fought yet. On the open ground, Huangfu Wudao slowly opened his eyes and glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. He said in a low voice, "This kid's luck isn't bad." His Majesty, the Azure Supreme Thearch, actually made such a relatively harmonious decision. As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao slowly walked up the high platform and didn't pay any attention to Zhuowen at all. Instead, he walked towards the Azure Supreme Thearch to receive the Heavenly Marquee token bestowed by the Azure Supreme Thearch. At this moment, two similarly dazzling tokens floated silently above the Azure Supreme Thearch's palm. One of them had the word Earth written on it, and the other had the word Heaven written on it. They represented the Heavenly Marquee and the Earthly Marquee respectively. In the end, Huangfu Wudao stopped before the Azure Supreme Thearch and revealed a wisp of a smile as he looked at the golden token in the Azure Supreme Thearch's hand. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand with the intention of taking the token. Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly swept over, causing Huangfu Wudao's right hand to stiffen. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he turned his right hand and blasted it in the direction of the sound. Rumble! A strand of force instantly emerged from Huangfu Wudao's body, and the ground beneath his feet was even shattered into countless pieces under the impact of the enormous force. Huangfu Wudao was like a boulder that didn't budge at all. At the same time, Huangfu Wudao noticed that the thing that tore through the air was actually a bone spear that flickered with a cold light. At this moment, the tip of the bone spear was pressed against the force at the center of his palm, and it was constantly spinning like a high-speed propeller. Zhuowen. What's the meaning of this? With a wave of his right hand, Huangfu Wudao very casually slapped the bone spear away, and then he raised his head and looked at Zhuowen, who was on the arena, as he spoke word by word with a voice that was bone-piercingly cold. Nothing. As far as I'm concerned, you don't necessarily have the qualifications to take the Heavenly Marquee token. Perhaps the Earthly Marquee token beside the Heavenly Marquee token is more suitable for you. In the arena, Zhuowen waved his right hand and the bone spear that Huangfu Wudao had slapped away immediately flew back to him. He held it in his hand as he stared coldly at Huangfu Wudao. The brief exchange between the two was naturally witnessed by countless people. In particular, when they saw that Zhuowen had actually stepped in to stop Huangfu Wudao from obtaining the Heavenly Marquee token, many people revealed strange looks in their eyes. Light flashed in Great Emperor Qing's eyes as he furrowed his brows. Great Emperor Qing's words were the rules, but Zhuowen had rebutted him time and time again. Great Emperor Qing was furious with Zhuowen. Chapter 774. Against Huangfu Wudao. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the Azure Emperor's words left his mouth, numerous gazes gathered on Zhuowen. Some were doubtful, some were expectant, and some were doubtful. Huangfu Wudao's strength had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. In many people's hearts, the first place on the Azure Emperor leaderboard belonged to none other than Huangfu Wudao. Zhuowen's talent and potential were indeed terrifying. Even his strength was extremely shocking. If Zhuowen's cultivation was in the Xuanzuan realm like Huangfu Wudao, he might be able to put up a fight against Huangfu Wudao. However, Zhuowen's cultivation was much weaker than Huangfu Wudao's. Zhuowen was in the half-step Xuanzuan realm, while Huangfu Wudao was in the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Moreover, Huangfu Wudao had a terrifying armor soul like the nine-headed hydra, so he wasn't even afraid of an initial stage sovereign martialist. Zhuowen might really be a match for such a powerful Huangfu Wudao. Therefore, many people began to doubt and even thought that Zhuowen was overestimating himself. Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as still water when he sensed the doubtful gazes around him. Zhuowen had actually achieved his goal of participating in the Azure Emperor leaderboard this time. The position of Heavenly Marquis didn't mean much to Zhuowen. However, after experiencing the assassination last night, Zhuowen knew that he had to fight for the position of Heavenly Marquis. This was because once he became a Heavenly Marquis, he would be able to control 100,000 royal soldiers. This was an extremely terrifying force that could even compare to the foundation of the 5 great clans, or even surpass them. He, Zhuowen, would definitely go to the Grand family, Chao family, and Feng family to collect his debt. If he were to enter the headquarters of the 3 families by himself, he would undoubtedly be courting death. If he, Zhuowen, had 100,000 royal soldiers under his control, such a huge force would be enough to make Zhuowen fearless against the 3 great clans. This was also why Zhuowen had proposed a battle with Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao was indeed very strong, but Zhuowen might not necessarily be unable to put up a fight. After all, he had many trump cards now, and he really wanted to see Huangfu Wudao's strength. Huangfu Wudao's eyes slowly narrowed. In the end, a trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said indifferently, "Zhuowen, I really admire your courage. Of course, your courage to seek death is even more admirable. Since you insist on courting death, I naturally won't refuse." Huangfu Wudao's Heavenly Marquis token, and his entire body as light as a giant bird, he flew into the sky into the heavens. He stared at Zhuowen with a bloodthirsty gaze. A cruel smile appeared on his face as if he saw his beloved prey. Zhuowen is a little too arrogant. Huangfu Wudao's strength is unfathomable. Ordinary geniuses can't compare to him. This kid will regret it. Huangfu Wudao's methods are extremely cruel. He may not be able to kill during the battle, but losing an arm or a leg is a common occurrence for him. Zhuowen's talent is very strong. It would be a pity if Huangfu Wudao crippled him like this. The uproar was like a tsunami that set off around the square. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Zhuowen was courting death. The first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was infamous for being cruel and tyrannical. There was no one in the imperial capital who didn't know of him. This could be seen from how Huangfu Wudao ignored the rules during the group arena competition and killed the border general who was in charge of the competition. In the eyes of most people, Zhuowen's initiative to provoke Huangfu Wudao was not a wise choice at all. He was just asking for trouble. This little bastard is too arrogant. He actually wants to provoke Huangfu Wudao. He will suffer when the time comes. When he saw Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao going against each other, Grand Haohai was undoubtedly the happiest person here. On the other hand, Grand Lily who stood by Grand Haohai's side had a wisp of resentment and anticipation in her eyes. She resented Zhuowen for completely defeating her under the gazes of everyone present. Moreover, he intended to divorce her in public, and she looked forward to Huangfu Wudao being able to properly teach Zhuowen a lesson. It would be best if Huangfu Wudao killed Zhuowen on the arena. Zhuowen's move is too unwise. At the front of the square, there were 5 figures standing proudly. These 5 people were the remaining top 10 experts of the Azure Emperor rankings. Except for Monk Wu Dang, who had left the imperial capital in advance and rushed to Shijiang County without saying goodbye, the other 5 were basically gathered here. After all, today was the marquee battle, so they naturally would not be absent. Zhuowen's defeat of Qin Yan and Grand Lily, who possessed the near-distance mirror, had also shocked the 5 of them. At the same time, they were even more fearful of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's growth was too fast, so fast that it made the 5 of them feel great pressure. Even though the 5 of them were very optimistic about Zhuowen, Huangfu Wudao's reputation was obviously more effective. They still did not think that Zhuowen had the strength to contend with Huangfu Wudao. The gap between the two was extremely huge, like a chasm that was difficult to cross. The one who spoke just now was one of the 5 people, Guo Sheng, who carried a broadsword on his back and frowned slightly. During the battle for the top 5, Guo Sheng was very unlucky to have encountered Huangfu Wudao. With just one move, Guo Sheng was directly defeated and eliminated with serious injuries. Moreover, that was because Huangfu Wudao did not kill Guo Sheng on account of Heavenly Venerable Tyrant Blade. Otherwise, it was very likely that Huangfu Wudao could have completely obliterated Guo Sheng in the arena back then. Therefore, Guo Sheng's understanding of Huangfu Wudao's strength was clearer than anyone else's. When he was half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, Huangfu Wudao's strength was already comparable to the experts of the Xuanzuan realm. Now that he had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm, his true combat strength was actually comparable to the top martialists of the Xuanzuan realm. The strength that Zhuowen had displayed was indeed amazing. Guo Sheng had even heard of the assassination last night, in which Zhuowen had killed 6 elders of the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. However, Guo Sheng still did not believe that Zhuowen had the strength to fight with Huangfu Wudao. This Zhuowen's self-confidence is a bit off the charts. He actually wants to challenge my brother. What an overconfident brat. Huangfu Wudao sneered, his face full of schadenfreude. In Huangfu Wudao's opinion, Zhuowen was seeking his own death in this battle. The second prince is right. The eldest prince's cultivation is too terrifying. Moreover, his true combat strength is much higher than his cultivation. Zhuowen's initiative to challenge him is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Murong Zhan nodded in agreement. The expressions of the other geniuses were similar. They believed that there was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Without exception, they all believed that Zhuowen could not possibly be a match for Huangfu Wudao. Lu Hantian frowned. Zhuowen's initiative to challenge Huangfu Wudao was also beyond his expectations. Perhaps Zhuowen has a way to deal with Huangfu Wudao. Although he was worried, Lu Hantian still believed in Zhuowen. In the arena, Huangfu Wudao raised his head high and stared indifferently at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Do you have any last words? Otherwise, you won't have the chance to say them when the time comes, Huangfu Wudao said coldly. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. This Huangfu Wudao was too overbearing. Did he think that he would definitely win this battle? Last words? How ridiculous. The one who should say last words is not me, but you. Zhuowen retorted sarcastically, not to be outdone. Oh. You actually dare to speak such words in front of me? Looks like you really don't know how the word death is written. The arc on the corners of Huangfu Wudao's mouth grew wider as he spoke coldly. Now I only see that you're full of bullshit. As for exactly how formidable you are, I really haven't seen it. Zhuowen shook his head and sneered. Humph. You'll see it. Moreover, it'll be your last chance to see it in this world. As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao suddenly stomped his foot, causing the surroundings of the floating arena to surge and roil wantonly like a flood, and a formidable aura surged out explosively from Huangfu Wudao's body in wave after wave. The terrifying pressure was like a 30 kilometers tall mountain pressing down, causing the entire arena to shake violently. The floating arena that was originally slightly cracked had practically become covered in scars at this moment, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. What a terrifying aura! Huangfu Wudao's aura is much stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the Xuanzuan realm. Many people below the arena revealed shocked expressions as they felt the terrifying aura from Huangfu Wudao's body. No wonder Huangfu Wudao was able to maintain the first position on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. It wasn't without reason. Numerous reverent gazes converged on him, and the arrogance on Huangfu Wudao's face grew even denser. When his gaze landed on Zhuowen, his face couldn't help but freeze. At this moment, Zhuowen seemed extremely calm, even to the point of being frightening. There wasn't any emotion in his indifferent eyes. Reverence, shock, astonishment, and other emotions that Huangfu Wudao wanted to see, he couldn't see any of them from Zhuowen's eyes. Instead, there was only a long-lasting calmness that was like stagnant water. Putting on an act, huh? Then, let me let you have a good taste of what the deepest fear is like. Huangfu Wudao smiled coldly. With a stomp of his foot, a powerful force spread out from the bottom of his foot, causing the entire floating arena to shake violently. Swoosh! Huangfu Wudao's body shot out explosively as he grabbed at the air with both hands. Instantly, the surrounding yuan qi boiled crazily and finally turned into two enormous qi blades that were as large as mountains. Each qi blade was dozens of feet long, and there seemed to be a transparent liquid flowing within it that constantly circulated, causing the qi blades to become even sharper and more terrifying. Dual qi drill blades. Huangfu Wudao shouted in a low voice as he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. The two enormous blades of air in the sky rumbled as they swiftly descended towards the ground. Violent winds whistled as they blew away the shattered rocks on the arena. Humph! Zhuowen snorted coldly. Although his cultivation was lower than Huangfu Wudao's, in terms of actual combat strength, he wasn't weaker than the experts of the Xuanzun realm. Moreover, he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Once he used them, he might not be Huangfu Wudao's opponent. Chapter 775. A difficult battle clang. A clear explosion resounded on the floating platform. Under the support of the greater perfection spear intent, a terrifying force erupted from Zhuowen's body, rumbling like a volcanic eruption. The sharp tip of the bone spear pressed against the two air blades in the sky, setting off an endless hurricane that endlessly swept across the entire arena. Rumble. Another explosion resounded, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. The might of the crushing air blades was terrifying. The greater perfection spear intent actually faintly showed signs of collapsing under the pressure of the air blades. Ha! Break for me! Huangfu Wudao laughed heartily as his right hand pressed down once again. The terrifying air blades actually expanded a little as they continued to press down, their might increasing by a little. Crack! Finally, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the spear intent domain, and the blue crystals that surrounded it crumbled into dust inch by inch. Die! The corners of Huangfu Wudao's mouth were filled with a sinister smile as his right hand pressed down once again. The air blades passed through the cracks of the spear intent domain and rumbled towards Zhuowen's chest with a swoosh. The air blades were extremely terrifying. If Zhuowen were to be struck by them, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Nirvana of the Great Sun. Zhuowen bellowed as a terrifying golden light burst out from his body. After that, it actually transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. His figure was over 3 meters tall, and he was extremely mighty and domineering. His 6 arms each held a spear, and every spear emitted a flowing light, showing how extraordinary they were. The 6 arms suddenly waved and instantly formed 6 spear intent domains in front of Zhuowen. The 6 spear intent domains revolved around Zhuowen's body like a shield, surrounding him in the center. Rumble. The air blades instantly arrived and pressed against the 6 spear intent domains. Instantly, an extremely terrifying explosive force erupted. At the same time, Zhuowen wasn't to be outdone. His 6 arms waved the spears and fiercely smashed against the air blades. The terrifying force almost caused the surface of the air blades to violently tremble. Kacha. The chi blade instantly collapsed inch by inch, turning into countless chi forces that completely disappeared in front of Zhuowen. With a stomp of his foot, the terrifying power almost caused the ground to shatter. His entire body was like an arrow leaving the bow as he shot towards another chi blade. His 6 arms once again swung out, smashing onto the second chi blade. The second chi blade couldn't escape the fate of being crushed and completely dissipated into the air. After slowly landing on the ground, Zhuowen raised his head and stared calmly at Huangfu Wudao. He sneered, "Is this the fear of death you said you wanted me to feel? Why don't I feel anything?" As soon as these words were spoken, Huangfu Wudao's eyes narrowed. He'd never imagined that Zhuowen would actually be able to block his energy-drilled dual blades. Looks like this young man isn't so weak. That was just a small test of my skills. It seems that you do have some skills. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this little skill of yours is still extremely laughable. Since you really want to experience the fear of death so much, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao stomped his foot. Endless chi blades burst out from his body and revolved around his body. His loose robe fluttered in the wind and his long hair danced wildly. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, looking down on the world. Whoosh! In the next moment, Huangfu Wudao disappeared from the sky. When everyone came back to their senses, Huangfu Wudao had already arrived behind Zhuowen at an unknown time. Huangfu Wudao's hands gently moved, and countless chi blades swirled and swept toward Zhuowen's back like a hurricane wrapped in countless blades. So fast. Feeling the strong wind sweeping from behind, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly. Huangfu Wudao's speed was so fast that he hadn't even caught sight of Huangfu Wudao's figure before the latter had unknowingly arrived behind him. Ha! With a furious roar, 3 pairs of lightning wings instantly grew out of Zhuowen's back. With a flap of the lightning wings, he turned into an invisible thunderbolt and disappeared on the spot. Bang! The chi blades swept out and smashed into the ground, directly smashing open an enormous pit that was over 10 m in size, and countless rocks flew and spilled out in all directions. As he gazed at the enormous pit, Zhuowen's expression was unsightly. The might of Huangfu Wudao's attack wasn't weak, and if he was struck by it, then even he would be doomed. Your reaction is rather quick. Unfortunately, what's the use of having a quick reaction? You're not a match for me at all, and you'll be unable to escape the fate of death in the end. Huangfu Wudao's face was filled with confidence as if so long as he made a move, then Zhuowen's life would be taken at will. Right now, the truth is that you didn't take my life. Then, what kind of bullshit posture are you putting on there? What kind of bullshit nonsense are you saying? You think you can defeat me because of that? Zhuowen mocked without the slightest trace of politeness. Huangfu Wudao's face froze when he heard this, and then his eyes narrowed to reveal a trace of a dangerous arc. He said indifferently, "Your courage is really admirable. You're clearly at death's door, yet you actually dare to boast so shamelessly." Boast shamelessly? I think it should be you who's boasting shamelessly. You speak as if you've already grasped my life in your hands. In reality, you haven't even been able to harm a single hair on my head, yet you're still feeling good about yourself. What a pitiful person. Huangfu Wudao was too confident, even confident to the point of conceit. Zhuowen couldn't be said to have a good impression of Huangfu Wudao's attitude. The two of them had clearly not fought yet Huangfu Wudao had spoken so boldly and even looked down on everyone. It made it seem as if Zhuowen was simply an insignificant ant in his eyes, and he could capture Zhuowen with a single move. But the truth was that Huangfu Wudao hadn't defeated Zhuowen yet. Even though I haven't grasped it now, but it won't be long. You'll experience exactly how terrifying the terror of death is in a moment. Huangfu Wudao shook his head, and then he took a step forward and flashed towards Zhuowen once more. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao's hands grabbed at the air, and then countless blades of air condensed and transformed into 2 enormous broadswords in his palms. Swoosh! Instantly arriving before Zhuowen, Huangfu Wudao's right hand slashed down towards Zhuowen's neck. He wanted to directly take Zhuowen's head with this strike. Zhuowen grunted coldly as he swung his right hand, and the bone spear instantly appeared before him. Bang! The broadsword slashed onto the bone spear, and the sound of metal colliding resounded out while countless sparks flew out. Zhuowen felt his right hand sink, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dare to be arrogant before me with such strength? Huangfu Wudao sneered repeatedly as the broadswords in his hands danced about repeatedly. Every move was fatal, and all of them slashed onto Zhuowen's vital points. Fortunately, Zhuowen possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only were his senses and divine sense formidable, even the strength of his body was extremely terrifying. Even though he retreated repeatedly under Huangfu Wudao's attacks, he was still barely able to resist them. Can you still resist the last move? Huangfu Wudao's indifferent voice sounded out as he clapped his hands together, and the 2 broadswords merged into one and actually developed into an enormous blade of air that was tens of meters long. Subsequently, Huangfu Wudao raised both his hands and slashed down without holding back. The terrifying force practically caused the surrounding space to start collapsing, and waves of air slowly spread out towards the surroundings. Rumble. This strike contained the might of the heavens and the earth, and it contained the terrifying strength of Huangfu Wudao's entire body. It was much more terrifying than the previous attacks. Zhuowen's face went pale. He was able to sense the terror of Huangfu Wudao's strike, and he hurriedly stretched out 6 spears and erupted with spear intent to the limit. At the same time, the spiritual energy within his Naiwan palace shot out explosively as he summoned the infinite sword formation, and it revolved around him to form an iron wall. The 6 Dao spear intent domain and the infinite sword formation formed an iron wall. Both of their defenses were extremely abnormal, but it was unknown if they could block Huangfu Wudao's full force strike. Bang! The 2 collided, and Zhuowen's pupils constricted as he felt a terrifying force approach him. Then he felt his body sink, and his entire body suddenly fell down like a withered leaf. Rumble. A loud explosion resounded as Zhuowen was blasted deep into the ground by the terrifying force, forming a huge pit. Dust filled the air, and it almost obscured the vision of countless people below. What happened? Is Zhuowen dead? Huangfu Wudao's strike just now was so terrifying. I'm afraid Zhuowen will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Dust spread out, causing the people below to be unable to see the exact situation on the stage. Huangfu Wudao's terrifying saber strike from before naturally appeared within their minds, and its might was truly terrifying to the point that even they who were spectators couldn't help but feel a trace of fear and trepidation. Huangfu Wudao slowly floated in the air with his arms crossed as he looked down indifferently at the deep pit below. Huangfu Wudao was extremely confident in the strike just now. Zhuowen might not die, but it was very likely that he would be injured. On the high platform, the corners of Grand Haohai's mouth revealed a trace of an excited smile as he said to the Azure Emperor, "Your Majesty, the result is very obvious now. Zhuowen can't even withstand a single blow from the first prince. The outcome will be clear with a single look." The Azure Emperor nodded with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. Zhuowen's talent and potential are pretty good. Unfortunately, his character is a little stubborn. If he didn't provoke Wudao, he wouldn't have suffered like this. Your Majesty is right. However, Zhuowen openly disobeyed Your Majesty's orders and insisted on asking for trouble by challenging the first prince. We must teach this kid a lesson and let him know that he can't disregard the law in the future. Grand Haohai added. Oh. Patriarch Grand, what do you mean? The Azure Emperor raised his brows and asked with some interest. This kid will retain his second place on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. As for the earthly marquee token, there's no need to give it to him. Treat it as a punishment for disregarding the law. After all, this kid's character is unyielding and extremely rebellious. It's best not to let such a person possess too much power and military strength. Otherwise, who knows what he will do to threaten the imperial family in the future, When Grand Haohai said this, the smile on the corners of his mouth became even wider, but the coldness in his eyes became even denser. He was very clear that if Zhuowen was allowed to possess too many imperial weapons, this kid would definitely take revenge on the three great clans like a mad dog. Chapter 776. Terrifying Hydra. Lu Hantian glared. Gulan Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji, these three old geezers are truly shameless. They actually publicly suggested stripping Zhuowen of his position as a marquis. But Lu Hantian didn't speak. He knew that the authority to decide all of this rested entirely on Emperor Qing, so his gaze stared fixedly at Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing frowned slightly and said indifferently, the battle to become a marquis was decided by this emperor. Zhuowen has the strength to obtain the position of marquis, so how could this emperor not give it to him? Otherwise, wouldn't this emperor become a person that goes back on his word in the future? Your Majesty Emperor Qing is right. Gulan Haohai and the others didn't dare say anything when they heard Emperor Qing speak like this, and they lowered their heads in agreement, yet they felt slight pity in their hearts. Bang! Countless shattered rocks flew out from the deep pit in the arena, and then a figure in a rather sorry state flashed out from the pit. If one looked carefully, it was precisely the formidable Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his breathing was rapid. Huangfu Wudao's attack from before wasn't simple, and if Zhuowen wasn't wrong, Huangfu Wudao had grasped the energy of concept as well. Even though this energy of concept wasn't very strong, Huangfu Wudao's own strength was far more formidable than Zhuowen, so the strength he was able to exert was naturally not something Zhuowen could compare to. Do you still want to fight? Your strength is truly slightly weak in my opinion. In the sky, Huangfu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest as he looked down at Zhuowen, and the corners of his mouth were covered in a cold smile. That might not be the case. Because you haven't completely defeated me now, and the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Zhuowen slowly patted off the dust on his body and spoke extremely calmly. Huangfu Wudao's brows raised as he looked at Zhuowen, who was calm like water, and he was slightly surprised by Zhuowen's attitude at this moment. You're rather stubborn, kid. Since you attach so much importance to the result, then I'll give you the result of a miserable defeat. At that time, besides losing, you might even have to pay the price with your life. Huangfu Wudao shook his head and raised his hands. A terrifying aura flashed out of his body like a volcano, and the surrounding air was like an inverted waterfall that flowed against the current, causing it was an extremely magnificent sight. Come out. Hydra. An indifferent voice resounded through the entire floating platform, sounding so vast and dignified. Awo. Huangfu Wudao's head, Huangfu Wudao's forehead, and finally transformed into a huge snake's head. As the purple energy continued to gather, snake heads began to appear one after another. Finally, a terrifyingly large 9-headed snake appeared above the floating platform. 9 huge snake heads and 18 pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhuowen below. A bloodthirsty aura spread out from its body. Hydra. The first prince actually used soul armor manifestation. It seems like he plans to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Perhaps the first prince is tired of the small skirmishes and wants to get rid of Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen has no chance of winning. The power of the crown prince's 9-headed Hydra armor soul is terrifying. Ordinary warriors of the Xuanzun realm can't resist it. Looking up at the gigantic 9-headed snake in the sky, everyone's pupils shrank as excitement appeared on their faces. As early as when Huangfu Wudao advanced to the Xuanzun realm, many people had already secretly guessed the true appearance of the soul armor on his body. Now, the truth was finally revealed. Zhuowen's gaze turned extremely grave as he looked at the gigantic 9-headed Hydra floating in front of Huangfu Wudao. After all, the 9-headed Hydra was an extremely powerful primordial beast from ancient times. It was an existence comparable to a mid-level true dragon, and its power was extremely terrifying. Huangfu Wudao leaped onto the nine-headed Hydra's body and looked down at Zhuowen from above. I am from the Xuanzuan realm and already possess the ability to use soul armor manifestation. You are merely a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm. What are you going to use to compete with me? No matter what you think, you have already lost this battle the moment you started to provoke me. And the price of losing was extremely heavy. Now, have a taste of fear. 9 heads, kill this kid. The nine-headed Hydra roared and suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. Its speed soared to the limit as its 9 heads spewed out a terrifying purple mist at the same time. This purple mist was the poison that the nine-headed Hydra itself carried, and its toxicity could be said to be extremely terrifying. Before the nine-headed Hydra arrived, 9 streams of purple liquid had already shot out from its head and swept towards Zhuowen. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen relied on the terrifying speed of his 3 pairs of lightning wings to barely dodge the 9 streams of purple poison. Hiss! 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 As soon as the purple poison landed on the ground of the floating platform, its terrifying corrosive power directly penetrated it. For a moment, the surface of the floating platform was filled with holes and looked extremely disheveled. Hiss! What a terrifying poison! Zhuowen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the poisonous liquid that instantly pierced through the stage. The corrosive power of this poisonous liquid was a little too terrifying. It actually pierced through such a thick floating stage. Zhuowen was unable to imagine what would happen to him if he was stained by this purple poison. Swoosh! Just when Zhuowen was secretly shocked by the terrifying corrosive power of the purple poison, the sound of the sky being torn apart flashed over, and then an enormous serpent tail swung towards Zhuowen with whistling sounds of the wind. The serpent tail was extremely swift to the point Zhuowen didn't even have the time to dodge, and he knew that he could only meet it head-on. 6 spears suddenly danced out and transformed into 6 spear intent domains before him that suddenly blasted towards the serpent tail. Rumble! The 2 of them collided. Instantly, Zhuowen's attack was actually like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow and was instantly broken apart. Poochie! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was once again struck onto the ground of the arena, smashing open a deep human-shaped hole. Ha! Too weak, truly too weak. You actually dare vainly attempt to provoke this lord with such lowly strength? You're truly courting death. Huangfu Wudao laughed wildly as the ridicule on his face grew denser, and he hurriedly commanded the 9-headed Hydra beneath him to continue attacking Zhuowen. Whoosh! Another serpent tail swept heavily towards the deep human-shaped hole Zhuowen was in. With a rumble, it directly smashed open an even deeper hole in the deep hole. Rumble! Rumble! Under Huangfu Wudao's command, the serpent tail continuously smashed into the deep hole, causing the originally small hole to actually continuously expand and deepen, and Zhuowen's figure was nowhere to be seen. How ruthless! The 9-headed Hydra's strength is so great that Zhuowen simply can't withstand many hits. These few hits will absolutely take Zhuowen's life. Looking at the enormous serpent tail that was waving like rain, the pupils of the countless cultivators below the arena constricted slightly, and they secretly prayed for Zhuowen in their hearts. They were clearly aware of how terrifying the 9-headed Hydra's strength was. It was an enormous strength that was enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. It was enough for a human cultivator to be struck once, but now Zhuowen was in the deep hole and was being continuously whipped by the 9-headed Hydra's tail. They were afraid that Zhuowen would be directly turned into meat paste under the snake's tail's lash. Zhuowen is finished. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even if Zhuowen's life was tough enough to survive, it was likely that he would be completely crippled. How could this child possibly remain unscathed after enduring such a terrifying force? The smile on Grand Haohai's face became even more brilliant. He was naturally extremely happy that Huangfu Wudao could kill Zhuowen for him. After all, Zhuowen was a potential threat. This is the final blow. Zhuowen, if you're still alive, then take it well and enjoy this rare final moment before your death. Huangfu Wudao stood on the nine-headed hydra with a cruel smile on the corners of his mouth. He then waved his right hand. The nine-headed hydra roared and raised its huge tail high before finally smashing it down heavily. For a moment, endless terrifying hurricanes swept across the entire suspended platform. The terror of this blow was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumble. The snake's tail smashed into the deep hole and a terrifying force almost spread across the entire suspended platform. Then, everyone below could clearly see dense cracks beginning to appear on the surface of the huge suspended platform. Moreover, these cracks were spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, the huge suspended platform directly collapsed under the nine-headed hydra's final blow. Bang! 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 Countless large and small rocks fell from the suspended platform like a storm. It was an extremely spectacular sight. What a terrifying force! Even the suspended platform couldn't withstand the nine-headed hydra's final blow and directly collapsed. Everyone's faces were moved as they watched the suspended platform continuously collapse. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. Ha! Zhuowen is dead for sure. Glen Haohai finally smiled, and his smile was even more brilliant. Everyone was well aware of how powerful the nine-headed hydra's attack was. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it would be very difficult for him to survive under such a terrifying force. Chao Ji and Feng Tian smiled as well. Zhuowen was a thorn in their side. Now that they could borrow Huangfu Wudao's hand to completely eliminate him, the two of them were naturally rather happy. Lu Hantian's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to leap forward to help Zhuowen, he was stopped by three figures. Glen Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji circled around Lu Hantian and said with a fake smile, "The battle on the stage is a battle between juniors. As a senior, Lu Hantian, you have no right to interfere. You three old bastards, get out of my way." Lu Hantian shouted furiously. He wanted to block the three of them, but an even more powerful aura suddenly burst out and suppressed him. Lu Hantian's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Hantian. "Your Majesty Emperor Qin." Lu Hantian gritted his teeth and said. Only the Emperor Qing's aura could have such a terrifying deterrent force. Lu Hantian. This emperor's patience is not that good. Seniors like you are not allowed to interfere in the battle on the stage. You have already crossed this emperor's bottom line many times. Don't think that this emperor won't punish you, the Emperor Qing said coldly. Lu Hantian's face turned ugly when he heard this. However, his face was filled with unwillingness. How could he watch Zhuowen die in front of him? Boom! Chapter 777. Intense battle and suppression. A blazing golden light that was like a blazing sun soared into the sky. Immediately, an enormous illusory figure was suddenly thrown out from the collapsed suspended platform. Rumble. An intense gust of wind howled as the gigantic black figure, which was several hundred meters tall, suddenly fell and heavily smashed into the bottom of the floating platform. Everyone's gazes converged as their pupils slightly shrunk. They discovered that the enormous black figure was actually the nine-headed snake that had been so mighty and insufferably arrogant a moment ago. Oh! The nine-headed snake struggled to get up and crawled on the ground. Ominous glints were revealed in the eyes of his 9 heads. A rare trace of fear was actually revealed as he looked at the golden light that was like a blazing sun on the floating platform. Swoosh! A figure walked over and instantly arrived beside the 9-headed snake. It was actually Huangfu Wudao. However, at this moment, Huangfu Wudao's expression was extremely gloomy and ugly. There was also a trace of shock in his eyes. When the floating platform suddenly collapsed earlier, an extremely blazing golden light had abruptly shot out. The dazzling golden light caused Huangfu Wudao to narrow his eyes. He was practically unable to open his eyes. At this moment, a golden arm suddenly stretched out from the floating platform and grabbed the nine-headed snake's tail. The strength of the golden arm was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the nine-headed snake was completely flung away by the strength of the golden arm. The instant the nine-headed snake was flung away, Huangfu Wudao had already sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, he had already left the nine-headed snake's body. Who exactly is the owner of the golden arm? Could it be Zhuowen? Huangfu Wudao's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the floating platform that was enveloped by the golden light. However, he was still somewhat in disbelief. That power was extremely powerful and he did not believe that it was something that Zhuowen could unleash. However, other than Zhuowen, who else could exist within the floating platform? The other people in the square naturally saw the miserable nine-headed snake as an uproar resounded. They were truly unable to imagine that the insufferably arrogant nine-headed snake had actually been flung away by someone. Was it Zhuowen who did it? This was also the thought in the hearts of many people. Therefore, their gazes were gathered on the floating platform that was still enveloped by the golden light. On the high platform, the Lotus Supreme the Arch, who had been calm and composed, frowned. The nine-headed snake's sudden fall to the ground was out of the Lotus Supreme Thearcha's expectations. The brilliant smile on Grand Haohai's face suddenly froze. His gaze focused on the nine-headed snake, who was in a sorry state. He frowned and his eyes flickered. Rumble. Suddenly, the golden light in the sky reached a peak, and then a violent explosion occurred. The floating platform was instantly blasted into countless pieces, and a golden figure descended from the sky. Boom! This golden figure fell, smashing into the ground less than 100 feet away from the Hydra. As the dust settled, everyone's eyes focused on it. To their astonishment, they discovered that this golden figure was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he had an additional head and a pair of arms. He actually had the strange appearance of 4 heads and 8 arms. His body was also 30 feet tall, like a small mountain. What kind of secret technique did Zhuowen practice? He had 3 heads and 6 arms earlier, but now he has 4 heads and 8 arms. How strange! Everyone discussed spiritedly as they looked at the 3 times taller Zhuowen, who now had 4 heads and 8 arms. Their gazes revealed a strange and curious expression. Although Zhuowen's appearance was extremely strange, his aura was much stronger than before, causing many people to cast sidelong glances at him. Your Highness, didn't you say that you wanted me to enjoy my last moments? These last moments are quite long, and it's still not time yet. Slowly stretching his 8 arms, Zhuowen stared provocatively at Huangfu Wudao in front of him as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a strange brat. No matter what kind of secret technique you practice, do you really think you're a match for me? Huangfu Wudao snorted coldly as the coldness in his eyes grew even more intense. Zhuowen had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Zhuowen's life was much harder than a cockroach's. However, the more Zhuowen acted like this, the more intense Huangfu Wudao's killing intent towards Zhuowen became. 9 heads. Go and kill him. Huangfu Wudao commanded the 9-headed snake beside him. Immediately, the 9-headed snake roared at the sky and turned into a huge shadow that shot towards Zhuowen. At the same time, Huangfu Wudao's subordinates were not slow. Countless air blades appeared around his body as he stomped his foot and followed behind the 9-headed snake, looking for an opportunity to attack Zhuowen. Good timing. Zhuowen shouted. Instead of retreating, he turned into a golden light and rushed straight towards the 9-headed snake. Now that Zhuowen's nirvana of the Great Sun had reached the 4th level, his strength was almost 10 times that of the 3rd level. Now, his body was filled with endless surging power. Therefore, Zhuo wanted to see if his current strength was more terrifying or if the Hydra's strength was more terrifying. Boom! The two collided in an instant. To Zhuo, the nine-headed snake's huge body was like a vast mountain that Zhuo could only look up to. However, at the moment when the two collided, not only was Zhuo not sent flying, but he easily blocked the nine-headed snake's forward momentum and completely stopped its momentum. Zhuo roared as his 8 arms erupted with golden light at the same time. A terrifying force was transmitted from his 8 arms. Then, the people around the square were shocked to find that not only was the nine-headed snake unable to move forward, but it was also retreating under Zhuo's power. Rise! With a low shout, Zhuo's 8 arms exerted force together, and he was thrown into the air. The nine-headed snake roared, and there was a trace of fear in his voice. Then, he was thrown out in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The nine-headed snake's huge body directly smashed into the open space dozens of meters away, creating a huge pit. Whoosh! The moment Zhuo threw the nine-headed snake, when Zhuo's strength was exhausted, the sound of something breaking through the air swept over and hissed in his ears. Without thinking, Zhuo's right hand suddenly slapped behind him. Suddenly, he felt a burst of pressure in his chest. Feeling the powerful force coming from his right hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. Thump! 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 With a muffled groan, Zhuo's pupils shrank slightly as he retreated more than a dozen steps. Only then did he turn around and stare coldly at Huangfu Wudao, who was also retreating behind him. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao had just stabilized his body, and his face was a little ugly. The power that Zhuo had exerted somewhat exceeded his expectations. Even though Zhuo had hastily counterattacked, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Huangfu Wudao, didn't you say that you could easily defeat me? Why have you released your armor soul now? I, Zhuo, am still standing in front of you. Turning around, Zhuo stared at Huangfu Wudao, and the sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Humph! What an arrogant brat! Don't think that you're so great just because you relied on some secret method to temporarily increase your strength. So what if your strength has increased? I, Huangfu Wudao, can still defeat you. Hearing Huangfu Wudao's ruthless words, Zhuo dug his ears and said indifferently, "Are you done? You've said this no less than 3 times, and every time you say that you can defeat me. Let me ask you, we've already fought for so many rounds, why haven't you defeated me yet?" As soon as these words came out, Huangfu Wudao's face suddenly froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. That means that what you said just now is a pile of nonsense. Anyone can say such nonsense, and those who say such nonsense are usually trash. In my opinion, you're no different from those trash. As he spoke, Zhuo took a step forward and instantly arrived in the air above Huangfu Wudao. His 8 arms hung down at the same time, and his terrifying physical strength almost directly shattered the space in the surrounding dozens of feet. What terrifying strength! Just the physical strength alone can shatter the surrounding space. What level has this brat's physical strength reached? Huangfu Wudao's face revealed a trace of surprise as he looked at the surrounding space that had collapsed and the fierce wind that whistled over. Zhuo's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. 10,000 whirlpools protection. With a wave of his right hand, the countless air blades around Huangfu Wudao shattered and turned into a dense whirlpool, forming a whirlpool barrier that blocked in front of him. Boom! The moment Zhuo smashed into the whirlpool barrier, he only felt a terrifying repulsive force that prevented his strength from moving forward. Moreover, a rather powerful repulsive force bounced back from the whirlpool barrier. This whirlpool barrier is so strange. Feeling the repulsive force of the whirlpool barrier, Zhuo's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, and then he said in a cold and indifferent voice, "You still have to break it. Break it." Boom! As he spoke, Zhuo once again swung his 8 arms and pounded the whirlpool barrier with almost no regard for his life. Terrifying muffled sounds continuously resounded. Although the whirlpool barrier was strange and its defensive power was extremely strong, it could not withstand Zhuowen's desperate pounding. Thump! Thump! Huangfu Wudao retreated again and again. Under Zhuowen's shameless attacks, he retreated step by step without the slightest ability to retaliate. Seeing that Zhuowen had completely suppressed Huangfu Wudao, many of the surrounding people revealed looks of disbelief. The overbearing and ruthless first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was actually in such a sorry state. This was the first time that they had seen it. And the one who had made Huangfu Wudao so miserable was none other than Zhuowen. It should be known that Zhuowen was merely a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm, while Huangfu Wudao was already at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm and had even released the armor Soul Hydra, but now he was suppressed by Zhuowen. Damn little bastard, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Get out of my way. After retreating dozens of steps, Huangfu Wudao roared angrily. The feeling of being suppressed made him feel extremely sullen. Suddenly, the whirlpool barrier in front of Huangfu Wudao increased in power many times, and it actually wanted to push Zhuowen out. You want to push me out? No way. Zhuowen smiled coldly. His 8 arms pulled out 8 long spears from the spirit ring, and with a wave of the 8 long spears, 8 terrifying wills erupted at the same time. Crack! Chapter 778. Qi like a river crack. A clear and melodious sound abruptly resounded and reverberated in the square. Subsequently, the pupils of the surrounding people constricted as they noticed that the protective cyclone around Huangfu Wudao's body had actually shattered under the bombardment of Zhuowen's 8 arms. Stomp! Stomp! A muffled groan resounded as Huangfu Wudao was directly pushed back a few dozen steps in this collision. The force generated by every single step was basically capable of shattering the ground and causing dense cracks to spread out. Huangfu Wudao was actually at a complete disadvantage in this collision, and he was pushed back a few dozen steps by Zhuowen. The square instantly became rather silent as everyone watched this scene with slight disbelief. Although they'd faintly sensed that Zhuowen's strength had skyrocketed when he executed the 4-headed 8-armed form, they'd never imagined that it would actually skyrocket to such a terrifying extent. Huangfu Wudao, who'd executed the 9-headed snake-armored soul, was actually at a complete disadvantage in this collision. Don't use your superior attitude to look down on me in the future because you don't have the qualifications. 4 heads and 8 eyes, Zhuowen looked at Huangfu Wudao in unison as his voice that was like rolling thunder suddenly resounded and reverberated in the entire square. Swoosh! As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot and transformed into a shapeless gust of wind that flashed towards Huangfu Wudao once more. As the saying goes, strike while the enemy is weak. After all, Zhuowen had broken through Huangfu Wudao's defense, so there was no reason for Zhuowen not to follow up with another attack. Huangfu Wudao's face was gloomy. The strength of Zhuowen, who transformed into a 4-headed 8-armed form, had exceeded his imagination, and even his protective cyclone had been broken through. You've merely broken through my cyclone protection, yet you think your strength is superior to mine? How laughable! Huangfu Wudao grunted coldly as he stomped his foot, and an even more terrifying blade of air revolved around his body. He transformed into a gust of wind that flashed towards Zhuowen, unwilling to be outdone. Boom! 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 Instantly, the two figures collided, causing countless waves of air to surge out from the center of the square along with the continuous sounds of explosions that sounded like firecrackers. They're so fast. I can't even catch sight of them anymore. Looking at the two figures colliding and fighting, the people around the square were all shocked. Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao's speed was too fast. They practically turned into two afterimages in the sky that were difficult to capture. The only thing that could be felt from their crazy battle was the terrifying explosions caused by their collisions. Boom! The two of them collided once again. Then, a ring-shaped airwave formed around the two of them. Then, waves of aura poured out like an inverted waterfall. Terrifying auras continued to surge toward the two, forming a tenjong deep pit beneath their feet. The two stared at one another in the deep pit, their eyes filled with unwillingness to be outdone. "Little bastard. You're quite capable, but you still have to die." Huangfu Wudao roared angrily as he stomped his foot. An even more terrifying aura swept out, and the blade of air around his body exploded one after another, turning into wisps of sharp qi. The densely packed sharp qi covered an area of several hundred zhang around the two of them. Then, a crisp shattering sound rang out, and the space within several hundred zhang collapsed under the effect of the sharp qi. Qi like a hanging river. As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao once again stomped his foot. Instantly, the surrounding sharp qi surged wildly. In the end, the surrounding space completely collapsed, forming a vacuum area of several hundred zhang. Above the vacuum area, countless sharp qi condensed and turned into a huge and long river. The long river surged forward, containing a terrifying sharpness. It was as if the long river wasn't formed by gentle flowing water, but by the convergence of countless sharp blades. No one doubted that if they were swept into this long river, they would probably be smashed into pieces, not even leaving behind a trace of their remains. What a terrifying long river. This qi like a hanging river is Huangfu Wudao's armor skill that made him famous. He'd utilized this move to surmount a realm of cultivation and kill an expert of the Xuanzuan realm. This qi like a hanging river is an armor skill secretly passed down by the Azure Emperor, and it's an existence that surpasses the monarch rank. I'm afraid it's probably an extremely terrifying exalt rank armor skill. Numerous sounds of discussion resounded. Everyone recognized the terrifying armor skill executed by Huangfu Wudao, and it was an existence that surpassed the monarch rank. Within the vacuum area, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the ceaselessly flowing river in the sky with an extremely serious gaze. He'd never imagined that Huangfu Wudao possessed such a terrifying armor skill. "Zhuowen, you can die proud since you were able to force me to utilize this qi like a hanging river." Huangfu Wudao stared gloomily at Zhuowen, and his expression was slightly unsightly. He was the eldest prince of the imperial family and the first on the Azure Emperor rankings. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only a nobody that wasn't well known. In this battle, he, Huangfu Wudao, ought to be able to crush Zhuowen like a hot knife through butter and deal with Zhuowen in a straightforward manner. Yet now, the two of them had fought for so many rounds, and he was even unable to defeat Zhuowen even after releasing the nine-headed snake. Up until this point in the battle, Zhuowen had even forced him to utilize an exalt rank armor technique like the River of Vital Energy, so he was naturally embarrassed. "You'll definitely die a graveless death with this move." Huangfu Wudao had a savage expression as he stared at Zhuowen, and he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. The enormous long river that floated in the sky gushed down like a nimble snake. "Break apart." As he gazed at the long river that flashed over, Zhuowen didn't dare be careless. After all, it was an exalt rank armor skill, and its might was much more formidable than a monarch rank armor skill. Hiss. His 8 arms struck out together, erupting with extremely terrifying power. However, to Zhuowen's astonishment, when his power struck the long river actually nimbly dispersed into countless small water droplets, causing his attack, which he had been accumulating power to strike, to hit nothing but air, leaving him with no place to strike. Damn it! What a strange long river. After his attack missed, Zhuowen didn't even have the time to turn around before the long river that possessed an imposing aura gushed out and revolved around Zhuowen, enveloping his entire body. Clang! 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 Countless sharp auras suddenly flashed out from the long river like countless slithering snakes that emitted a cold glow as they flashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the sharp auras in the surroundings. He instantly waved his 8 arms, causing spear images that covered the sky to flash out and obstruct the countless sharp auras in the surroundings. Clang! 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 Bang! There were too many sharp auras. Very quickly, they passed through the gaps between the spear images and flashed towards Zhuowen's body, smashing into Zhuowen's golden body. A wound was cut open, and golden blood slowly flowed out from the wound. At this moment it was extremely dazzling and glaring. This sharp aura is actually so sharp. Looking at the wound that was bleeding golden blood, Zhuowen's pupils constricted and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. The sharpness of the sharp aura was somewhat beyond his expectations. After the nirvana of the Great Sun had reached the 4th level, the strength of Zhuowen's body had increased by more than a few times. Even a heaven-rank lower spiritual treasure wouldn't be able to completely break through his body. But now, this insignificant sharp aura was actually able to easily cut open a wound on his body. It was truly a little terrifying. Ha! Zhuowen, don't even think about escaping once you're trapped by the floating river of qi. Moreover, the sharp aura produced by it is extremely terrifying. Even if your body is very strong, it's still very difficult to withstand this sharp aura. Moreover, as time passes, the sharp aura will only increase. At that time, let's see how you'll be able to withstand it. Huangfu Wudao stood in the air and looked down at Zhuowen, who was trapped in the long river below. The smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider. This floating river of qi was his ultimate move. No matter how heaven-defying this Zhuowen was, it would be very difficult for him to escape from this long river. Within the long river, Zhuowen's gaze narrowed slightly. If what Huangfu Wudao said was true, then the longer he stayed in this long river, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. I have to get out as soon as possible. When he thought up to here, the movements of Zhuowen's hands weren't slow. His 8 arms danced in unison as terrifying spear intent erupted at the same time. For a moment, his battle intent overflowed and his might was peerless. It actually suppressed the sharp aura in the surroundings. However, to Zhuowen's disappointment, the surrounding long river seemed to specialize in restraining yang energy. Although Zhuowen's strength was extremely strong and unyielding, under the encirclement of this current, he was utterly powerless to vent it. Every time Zhuowen concentrated all his strength on the long river would always disperse into countless small droplets of water in advance before swiftly reforming into a long river. This caused Zhuowen to be extremely helpless. Moreover, as time passed, Zhuowen indeed felt that the sharp aura in the surroundings was ceaselessly increasing in quantity. Moreover, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to withstand it. See. Another few rays of sharp aura passed through the gaps of Zhuowen's spear shadows and landed on Zhuowen's body, turning into numerous wounds on his body. Golden blood flowed down the surface of Zhuowen's body and slowly dripped down. After half an incense stick of time, Zhuowen was gradually unable to withstand the sharp aura in the surroundings. His movements became extremely stiff and the number of wounds on his body was ceaselessly increasing. Blood flowed out and almost converged into a small stream under his feet. If this goes on, I really might be exhausted to death by these sharp auras. Zhuowen was burning with anxiety. Many of the wounds on his body were burning with pain. This long river was really too much of a restraint on his physical strength, causing him to be unable to exert any strength at all. He could only passively endure the long river's attacks. Kid, take 3 steps to the left. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind, causing Zhuowen's face to reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Xiao Hei, could it be that you have a way to break through this damned long river? Zhuowen hurriedly asked. Don't be so long-winded. Now, just do as I say. Every time you stay in here, you will become weaker and weaker. It won't do you any good. Xiao Hei said coldly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Following Xiao Hei's instructions, he took 3 steps to the left. Take 1 step forward. Take 5 steps to the right. Take 3 steps back. A series of commands came from Xiao Hei's mouth. Zhuowen did as he was told without any objections. Found it. It's here. Chapter 779. Broken River. Zhuowen was standing in a remote corner on the left side of the river. In this inconspicuous corner, Zhuowen immediately discovered a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. This is. Looking at this whirlpool, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He faintly felt a trace of doubt in his heart. This is the core source of this river. The reason why this river is endless and can't be broken up is because of the existence of this core vortex. That's right. Xiao Hei stared fixedly at the whirlpool as he continued, this whirlpool communicates with the yuan qi of the outside world and continuously absorbs yuan qi to stimulate the activity of this river, causing the river's energy to never run out. Zhuowen nodded his head. Xiao Hei had already made it very clear that this core whirlpool was the key to this river. As long as this core whirlpool was broken, this turbulent river would collapse on its own. The sharp qi is getting denser and denser. You need to break this core whirlpool as soon as possible. Feeling the surging sharp qi around him, Xiao Hei's eyes became extremely solemn. The terror of these sharp qi was beyond their expectations. I will break it now. As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and his 8 arms brandished 8 long spears. With an indomitable and terrifying aura, he heavily slammed them into the core whirlpool. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion instantly sounded. The instant Zhuowen came into contact with the core whirlpool, he felt an extremely terrifying recoil acting on his 8 arms. Dang dang dang. His expression changed as Zhuowen involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the core whirlpool before him. What a tough whirlpool. Rubbing his slightly numb arms, Zhuowen's eyes became extremely solemn. It seems like this so-called core whirlpool is not so easy to break. Kid. Continue to smash it as hard as you can. Xiao Hei continued to clamor in Zhuowen's ears, causing Zhuowen to roll his eyes. This Xiao Hei really knew how to talk. However, Zhuowen did not doubt Xiao Hei's judgment. Therefore, after rebounding a few steps, Zhuowen once again raised the 8 spears and fiercely smashed them towards the core whirlpool. Boom! Boom! As Zhuowen continued to bombard it, he keenly discovered that the core vortex was gradually slowing down. As the whirlpool slowed down, the amount of sharp qi in the surroundings also gradually decreased. It seems that the sharp aura emanating from the river is closely related to the core whirlpool. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. His hands continued to smash the whirlpool with even more force. Since this kind of random bombardment was effective, all the more he could not slack off. At this moment, in the square, Huangfu Wudao was still quietly floating in mid-air as he looked down at the river below. Zhuowen's figure had long been shrouded by the river and could not be seen through. However, Huangfu Wudao was full of confidence. The qi like a floating river was a venerable rank armor skill, which was extremely rare even in the imperial family. One could imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, the qi like a floating river was an armor skill that countered strength with softness. Zhuowen's physical body was indeed very strong, but his strength was extremely strong. It happened to be countered by the qi like a floating river, causing him to only be able to unleash about 10% of his strength. Under such circumstances, the consumption of Zhuowen's strength would be extremely small. When the time came, he would die from exhaustion. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao was certain that Zhuowen was doomed. Originally, when Zhuowen used brute force to break through the river, he was still able to create a rather intense commotion. But now, there was not the slightest bit of commotion. Everyone knew that Zhuowen, who was trapped in the river, was most likely doomed. The qi like a floating river is worthy of being a venerable rank armor skill. It's actually so powerful. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in danger. Almost half the time for an incense stick to burn has passed, but there's still no movement from the river. Zhuowen should have died in there. Sounds of discussion resounded around the square. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was very unlikely that Zhuowen would survive in the river below. Your Majesty Qin Emperor, you should be able to announce the result now, right? It's impossible for Zhuowen to break the qi like a floating river. He's dead for sure now. Huangfu Wudao stood proudly. His gaze was focused on the Qin Emperor on the high platform. His voice was filled with confidence and pride. The Qin Emperor nodded and casually glanced at the river in the square. The qi like a floating river was taught to Huangfu Wudao by him. He was very clear about the power of this armor skill. The strength that Zhuowen displayed when he used the nirvana of the Great Sun with 4 heads and 8 arms surprised the Qin Emperor. However, Zhuowen's strength was too unyielding. It happened to be restrained by the qi like a floating river, so he couldn't display much of his strength at all. Therefore, the Qin Emperor also felt that Huangfu Wudao was the winner this time. The result isn't out yet. After all, we still don't know what's going on with Zhuowen in the river. If the first prince keeps the river and looks at the situation inside, we'll be able to confirm the result. Lu Hantian frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak. Although the qi like a floating river was very powerful, he didn't think that Zhuowen would lose just like that. Lu Hantian. Zhuowen is a genius of your Muqin County. It's normal for you to have fantasies. However, His Majesty the Qin Emperor has a revered status. How can you contradict him like this? Before the Qin Emperor spoke, Granhohai spoke first and put a hat on Lu Hantian's head. The Qin Emperor waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. Since Hantian doesn't believe this result, Wudao, you can keep the river and let him see clearly. This way, Hantian will give up." The Qin Emperor didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Lu Hantian for interrupting. He had great confidence in Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen's talent and potential weren't bad. It would be a pity if he died like this. That was why the Qin Emperor said so. Hearing those words, Grand Haohai frowned slightly. He was extremely displeased. However, since the Azure Emperor had spoken, he could not say anything. He could only hope that Zhuowen had really died in the river of qi. Huangfu Wudao put his hands behind his back and the arrogance in his eyes grew stronger. In his heart, Zhuowen was definitely going to die. Therefore, he didn't reject the Qin Emperor's request. Huangfu Wudao nodded and landed in front of the river. Just as he was about to withdraw the qi like a floating river with his right hand, a cracking sound suddenly resounded, causing Huangfu Wudao's pupils to shrink slightly. Crack! The flowing river suddenly split into pieces and turned into countless fragments under Huangfu Wudao's astonished gaze. Then, a dazzling golden figure rose up. 8 arms flickered with a blazing golden light and heavily slammed into Huangfu Wudao's chest. Huangfu Wudao didn't expect this to happen. For a moment, he was caught unprepared. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, but Zhuowen found a flaw. Puchi. A streak of blood streaked across the sky. Then, everyone in the square was astonished to find that Huangfu Wudao, who was originally standing proudly, was actually sent flying like a dead dog and smashed into the ground not far away. Rumble. A human-shaped hole was formed and dust filled the air. Huangfu Wudao coughed a few times and climbed up with some difficulty. His gaze was filled with disbelief when he looked at Zhuowen. His qi like a floating river had actually been broken. Although Zhuowen looked to be in a rather sorry state with countless wounds crisscrossing his body, his aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. From the moment Zhuowen broke the qi like a floating river to when Huangfu Wudao was directly sent flying, only a blink of an eye had passed. Everyone saw Huangfu Wudao smashed into the ground like a dead dog and was in an exceptionally sorry state. Creak. Grand Hao Hai's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at this scene. Zhuo Wen actually didn't die, and he'd appeared before everyone full of vigor instead. Even more shocking was that Huangfu Wudao had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by him. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would be Grand Lily. At this moment, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen as a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Now, she finally saw clearly Zhuowen's true strength. The combat strength that Zhuowen revealed now was much stronger than when he fought her. After all, even Huangfu Wudao was suppressed. So it turns out that Zhuowen had never unleashed his true strength when he was fighting me. When she thought up to here, the bitterness on the corners of Grand Lily's mouth grew even stronger. In the beginning, she'd never taken Zhuowen seriously. It was even to the extent that in her heart, she felt that Zhuowen was utterly unworthy of her. This ordinary kid had exceeded her expectations time and time again. She still remembered that in the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen had been chased down by her until he was forced to jump off a cliff. At that time, although she'd felt that Zhuowen was a bit difficult to deal with, she still hadn't taken him seriously. This was because with her strength, killing Zhuowen would have been a piece of cake. However, in the ranking battles that followed, Zhuowen had consecutively killed Chao Yan and Feng Yong, two of the top 10 geniuses of the previous Azure Emperor rankings. He had even defeated Huangfu Wudao in the top 5 battles. At that time, Zhuowen had already attracted her attention, but she hadn't cared too much about him. This was because her strength was much stronger than Zhuowen and the others. Therefore, she hadn't considered Zhuowen a formidable opponent. It wasn't until in the throne room that Zhuowen's cultivation had soared under the Azure Dragon Qi that his cultivation had soared to almost the same level as hers. At that time, she had finally begun to realize that the gap between her and Zhuowen was constantly shrinking. The failure of last night's assassination attempt had finally caused Grand Lily to feel fear. Unknowingly, Zhuowen had already possessed the strength to kill an early-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. From that time onwards, Grand Lily had begun to fear Zhuowen. Fortunately, she had broken through to the mystic comprehending realm, and her cultivation had also entered the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Originally, she'd thought that with her clan's treasure, the near-distance mirror, she had a great chance of winning against Zhuowen. However, she had been wrong and had suffered a crushing defeat in the end. Now, not only had Zhuowen defeated her, Grand Lily, but he had also faced off against Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao, whom she had always looked up to, had been reduced to such a sorry state. How could Grand Lily not know how terrifying and powerful the current Zhuowen was? Chapter 780. Favoritism on the high platform. The Azure Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. The result of Huangfu Wudao being forced back by Zhuowen was also beyond his expectations. Stomp stomp stomp. Zhuowen slowly walked over and stared coldly at Huangfu Wudao. He said indifferently, "Do you really think you're the winner this time?" Huangfu Wudao slowly got up, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was extremely gloomy as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. "Do you think it's honorable to launch a sneak attack the moment I withdrew my Qi River? How can a despicable and shameless fellow like you be worthy of being the winner?" As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the surroundings revealed bewildered expressions. Huangfu Wudao was right. At that time, it was precisely the instant Huangfu Wudao had put away the river that Zhuowen had broken through, causing Huangfu Wudao to be caught off guard. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You mean to say that you originally planned to let me out, but I took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on you, so I succeeded?" "Humph. You still have the face to say this? If I hadn't taken the initiative to let you out, do you think you could have broken the Qi River with your strength? I let you out, but you launched a sneak attack on me instead. I only want to say that this is the first time I've seen such a shameless person like you." Huangfu Wudao stood up, and he still had a proud expression on his face. Earlier, he'd been beaten back by Zhuo Wen in a sorry state because he'd let Zhuo Wen out, yet Zhuo Wen had repaid his kindness with enmity and beaten him back. So that's how it is. This Zhuo Wen is so despicable. He took advantage of the moment when His Majesty released his Qi River to launch a sneak attack. Too despicable and shameless. Yes. Although this Zhuo Wen is very strong, it's not very possible for him to break the Qi River. It must be the first prince who released it, but Zhuo Wen launched a sneak attack at this moment. It's really shameful. This Zhuo Wen's character is really not good. This child doesn't even have the qualifications to become a heavenly marquis. He actually plotted against the first prince. He is too shameless. Discussions suddenly resounded around the square. Everyone's gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Zhuo Wen. Clearly, they held Zhuo Wen's sneak attack in contempt. As he listened to the discussions in the surroundings, Zhuo Wen's gaze focused slightly as he stared coldly at Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao's ability to invert right and wrong was really skillful. Zhuo Wen was the one who had broken the Qi floating river. After all, the core vortex had been found by Xiao He, so breaking it was only a matter of time. When had Huangfu Wudao ever done anything to break free from River of Qi? When Zhuo Wen broke free of River of Qi, Huangfu Wudao hadn't even put away the river yet. That was why Zhuo Wen was able to drill through it. Now, in Huangfu Wudao's words, it was he who had kindly put away the winding river, and Zhuo Wen who had launched a sneak attack. Your Majesty Emperor Qing. This Zhuo Wen is really too despicable and shameless. His Majesty the First Prince had kindly put away his Qi floating river and wanted to let this child off. However, this child took advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the First Prince, causing the First Prince to be injured. This is too hateful. Granho Hai hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity and began to wantonly smear Zhuo Wen's name. This kind of person with no character is simply not qualified to become a heavenly marquis. Even an earthly marquis is a scourge to him. Your Majesty, you should directly revoke this child's qualifications to become a marquis. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao's eyes flickered. Although he had inverted right and wrong, he knew very well that he hadn't put away the Qi floating river. It had been broken by Zhuo Wen. However, he couldn't say that because Zhuo Wen's attack had landed heavily on his chest. The terrifying power had already caused him to suffer a rather terrible injury. Although he still had the strength to fight, he was much weaker than Zhuo Wen. Moreover, Zhuo Wen's strength wasn't inferior to his at all. If the battle continued, he would very likely be defeated by Zhuo Wen because of his injuries. He was the first prince of the imperial family and the first place of the previous Azure Emperor rankings. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to be defeated, let alone by this previously unknown Zhuo Wen. This was because once he was defeated, his prestige as the first prince would be greatly damaged. He absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. In other words, Huangfu Wudao was actually a little afraid. Zhuo Wen was becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. He had already begun to feel apprehensive and even fearful, especially since Zhuo Wen had broken his Qi floating river. Now that he was injured, he didn't have much confidence in facing the current Zhuo Wen. I, Zhuo Wen, personally broke the Qi floating river. It wasn't Huangfu Wudao who took the initiative to pull it away. Zhuo Wen stood quietly as his gaze became even colder. His clear voice slowly rang out in the square. Zhuo Wen. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense in front of His Majesty the Azure Emperor? His Majesty the First Prince has already said that he took the initiative to withdraw the Qi floating river. Do you think you can break the Qi floating river with your strength? Granho Hai suddenly shouted as he stared coldly at Zhuo Wen, as if Zhuo Wen had done something disgraceful. His Majesty the Azure Emperor hasn't spoken yet. What are you, a dog slave, talking about? Or do you have more authority than the Azure Emperor? Zhuo Wen wasn't the least bit surprised by Granho Hai's targeting. This old man had tried every possible means to kill him. Now that the opportunity was so good, how could he let it go so easily? Nonsense. Who said that I have more authority than His Majesty the Azure Emperor? You little bastard are spouting nonsense and slandering others. How hateful. Granhohai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly spoke to absolve himself. The resentment he had for Zhuowen in his heart grew even stronger. His Majesty the Azure Emperor, Zhuowen is despicable and shameless. It's really inappropriate for such a despicable person to participate in the Marquis Conferral battle. Directly eliminate him. Huanfu Wudao also spoke at this moment. What? Your first prince is in such a hurry to eliminate me, Zhuowen. Could it be that you're afraid of me? You don't dare to fight with me. Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and said meaningfully. Huanfu Wudao's face froze when he heard this. He said coldly, "Humph. How ridiculous. Do you think I'm afraid of you? It's just that I can't stand your shameless behavior. What right does a person like you have to stand on the arena and fight with me?" Zhuowen sneered. He already knew that Huanfu Wudao was afraid that he would lose if he fought with him. The truth was just as Zhuowen thought. At this moment, Huanfu Wudao's injuries were much more serious than Zhuowen's. If he continued to fight, Huanfu Wudao's injuries would undoubtedly continue to worsen and his strength would decline rapidly. At that time, the chances of him losing would be very high. At the end of the day, Huanfu Wudao was really afraid. Ha! You said that I'm despicable and shameless because I attacked you when you were unprepared, causing a more serious injury to your body. So, you're afraid. You're afraid that you'll be defeated by me because of your injuries. At that time, your reputation as the first prince will be greatly damaged. Don't you think so? Zhuowen took a step forward and his voice rumbled out like a great bell, resounding throughout the entire square. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the square stared at Huanfu Wudao in surprise. Indeed, Huanfu Wudao's attitude was a little strange. As the first prince, Huanfu Wudao actually thought that Zhuowen was not qualified to become a marquis because of Zhuowen's sneak attack. In other words, if Zhuowen was eliminated because of this reason, Huanfu Wudao could directly obtain the marquis token. Huanfu Wudao's eyes darkened when he felt the countless strange gazes around him. He was a little flustered, but he still snorted coldly. Nonsense. How could I, the first prince, be afraid of you? In my eyes, you're just a lowly commoner. Ha! I, Zhuowen, have seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as your highness. Today is the first time I've seen it. Zhuowen took a step forward and continued, since you're not afraid and you don't take me seriously, let's continue the battle. I believe that a broad-minded person like your highness wouldn't mind my sneak attack just now, right? Of course, your highness's reputation is widespread and your strength dominates the world. Even if you're injured, it should be more than enough to deal with a nobody like me. As soon as these words were spoken, Huanfu Wudao's pupils constricted slightly as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. How could he not know what Zhuowen meant? The latter insisted on fighting him. Pfft! Zhuowen sneered and said mockingly, since your highness is injured, I, Zhuowen, will not take advantage of you. We'll postpone the battle. 3 days later, in this square, I, Zhuowen, will challenge you to a battle. 3 days later, the winner will receive the marquis token and become the first on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. I believe that your highness should be able to accept such a suggestion, right? At this point, the mocking smile on Zhuowen's face became even more pronounced. Even an idiot could tell that Zhuowen's words were filled with mockery. Huanfu Wudao's expression turned ugly and he fell into a rare silence. Regardless of whether he agreed to Zhuowen's suggestion or not, it would not benefit him. If he agreed, it would prove Zhuowen's words. He was indeed afraid of losing to Zhuowen because of his injuries. If he didn't agree, he would have to face Zhuowen directly. the situation would be extremely disadvantageous for him. For a moment, Huangfu Wudao was caught between a rock and a hard place. All right. Then we'll go with Zhuowen's suggestion. Wudao's injuries are rather serious because of your sneak attack, Zhuowen, so this battle will not be fair. Therefore, we'll postpone the battle to 3 days later. The marquee token will belong to whoever wins. The Cyan Emperor finally spoke. However, his words caused Zhuowen to narrow his eyes. It was obvious that the Azure Emperor was siding with Huangfu Wudao. Given the Azure Emperor's cultivation, how could he not see that Huangfu Wudao hadn't taken the initiative to cancel the Qi cascading river, but that he, Zhuowen, had broken it? Although the Azure Emperor knew the truth, he didn't expose it. Instead, he only spoke after Zhuowen suggested postponing the battle. Wasn't he siding with Huangfu Wudao? The mocking smile on Zhuowen's face deepened, but he didn't raise any objections. He stared indifferently at Huangfu Wudao and said, "Let's fight again in 3 days. When the time comes, don't try to find an excuse like today." Chapter 781. The ugly man Zhuowen's departure caused many people in the square to discuss. From Emperor Qing's attitude and Zhuowen's words, they faintly guessed that the truth was probably not as Huangfu Wudao had said. There were even many people who revealed thoughtful expressions as they gradually realized that the truth from before was probably not simple. However, since Emperor Qing had spoken, no one had any objections. Although the final outcome of the battle between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao had not been decided, Zhuowen's brilliant performance was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Originally, everyone thought that Huangfu Wudao would be able to deal with Zhuowen in a straightforward manner when he appeared in a domineering and merciless manner. However, the final outcome was far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only was Zhuowen not dealt with by Huangfu Wudao, but Huangfu Wudao was put into a rather sorry state by Zhuowen instead. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's true combat strength was actually not inferior to Huangfu Wudao, so many people were extremely looking forward to the battle between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao in 3 days. They all knew that the battle in 3 days would absolutely be extremely exciting. In the square, Huangfu Wudao returned to Emperor Qing's side with a gloomy expression and remained silent. He had suffered such a great loss at the hands of Zhuowen today, and he was practically gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked by Zhuowen's strength. "Wudao, return to the throne room first. Use these 3 days to recuperate properly." Emperor Qing glanced indifferently at Huangfu Wudao. "Yes." Huangfu Wudao cupped his hands and followed Emperor Qing into the throne room, and they quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Following Emperor Qing's departure, the others in the square naturally had no reason to stay and dispersed one after another. Grand Haohai was also preparing to leave the square with Grand Lily, but he noticed that his daughter was actually standing blankly on the spot. "Lily, what are you thinking about?" Grand Haohai suddenly asked. Grand Lily returned to her senses and sighed lightly. "Father, Zhuowen's growth is too fast. Even Huangfu Wudao is unable to do anything to him now. Was it wrong for us to suppress him back then?" Hearing this, Grand Haohai was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Baihe, could it be that you regret it? Do you regret breaking off the engagement?" Grand Lily was stunned when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She was originally a proud daughter of the Grand Clan and was a monstrous genius ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Back then, she thought highly of herself and naturally looked down on Zhuowen who came from a small clan. The other half that she, Grand Lily, worshipped was naturally a powerful and peerless genius. Within the Qing Xian Empire, only Huangfu Wudao could fulfill this condition. It was just that Huangfu Wudao had been hiding in the imperial family all year round, so Grand Lily didn't have many opportunities to see Huangfu Wudao. However, she actually admired Huangfu Wudao's strength. But now, not only had the disciple of a small clan that she had looked down on previously defeated her, even Huangfu Wudao, whom she worshipped, had been defeated. All of this caused her heart to become chaotic. She did indeed have a trace of regret in her heart. If their grand clan hadn't been so ruthless back then, perhaps their relationship with Zhuowen wouldn't be so bad now, to the point where it would only end with one side dead. However, Grand Hao Hai patted Grand Lily's shoulder with a wisp of wisdom in his eyes and said, "Baiha. It has already happened, so there's no use regretting it. This Zhuowen is a great threat, and he has a life and death enmity with our grand clan. So what we should do now isn't regret, but think of a way to kill Zhuowen." Grand Lily's beautiful eyes flickered when she heard this. She nodded and said, "I understand, but it's already very difficult to kill this Zhuowen now. Back then, you joined forces with the Chao and Feng clans, but you still couldn't kill him. Now, this Zhuowen's strength isn't inferior to the first prince, so it's too difficult to kill him." Grand Lily was clearly aware of how strong Zhuowen was now. The cultivators of the Xuanzun realm were nothing before Zhuowen. Perhaps only an expert at the sovereign stage or above would be effective. That's right. If we rely on our grand clan now, it's indeed very difficult to kill this Zhuowen. After all, this lad has Lu Hantian by his side constantly protecting him. However, have you forgotten that this lad is Zhuo Xiaotian's son? The Blue Dragon Hall should be interested in him. At this point, the smile on Grand Hao Hai's face grew even wider. So what if he's Zhuo Xiaotian's son? After all, father, you've already checked that this lad doesn't have a dragon soul, and without a dragon soul, he naturally won't attract the Blue Dragon Hall's interest. Grand Lily naturally knew that Zhuowen was Zhuo Xiaotian's son, and she was also very clear about Zhuo Xiaotian's past deeds. However, Grand Hao Hai had already confirmed that Zhuowen only had a useless armor soul, and didn't have a dragon soul. Just based on the fact that Zhuowen was Zhuo Xiaotian's son, he probably wouldn't attract the Blue Dragon Hall's attention. Hee. I'm afraid I've made a mistake back then. After all, this lad's speed of improvement is too strange. It's extremely similar to Zhuo Xiaotian's back then, so I can't help but be suspicious now. At this point, Grand Hao Hai looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he continued to whisper to Grand Lily, "Come with father first. There's someone who can verify whether this Zhuowen has a dragon soul or not." With that, Grand Hao Hai waved his sleeve and brought Grand Lily away from the plaza. In the northeast corner of the imperial city, there was a dilapidated temple. The surroundings of the temple were desolate, overgrown with weeds, and sparsely populated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew over and stopped outside the temple. It was Grand Hao Hai and Grand Lily. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She didn't understand why Grand Hao Hai brought her here. Perhaps he noticed the doubt on Grand Lily's face. Grand Hao Hai smiled and explained, "Father said that I'll bring you to see someone. This person is the key to proving whether Zhuowen has an armor soul or not." With that, Grand Hao Hai brought Grand Lily into the temple. Passing through the messy courtyard, the two of them entered the main entrance of the temple. Inside the main entrance was a narrow space. A stone statue with a blurry face was sitting on a high platform, facing the main entrance. Entering the temple, Grand Lily furrowed her brows. This temple was too messy. Dust was piled up inside, cobwebs were everywhere, and there was even a strange smell in the air. Not to mention Grand Lily, even a normal man's face wouldn't be any better if he entered this messy temple for the first time. Grand Hao Hai didn't feel anything about this. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, "Come out. I know you're in the temple." After waiting for a while, the temple was still silent. There was no reply. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Didn't you want to deal with Zhuowen? Didn't you want to kill Lu Hantian? If you don't show yourself, you'll lose this opportunity forever. Grand Hao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly spoke again. He had a good understanding of the people in the temple. He didn't believe that the person wouldn't come out. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, and the blurry stone statue exploded into countless pieces. From the stone statue, a figure with ragged clothes, a stooped figure, and a blurry face suddenly rushed out. This person's face was extremely ugly. When Grand Lily saw this person's face for the first time, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Fortunately, her will was firm, and she quickly recovered her composure. Moreover, this person's right hand was empty. He was actually a one-armed person. For some reason, he had lost an arm. What did you just say? You can kill Lu Hantian and Zhuowen? As soon as this person came out, he hurriedly came in front of Grand Haohai and shouted with an excited expression. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the trembling figure in front of him, Grand Haohai frowned and said indifferently, Lu Hantian is an Empyrean realm powerhouse. It's a bit difficult to kill him, but it's much easier to kill Zhuowen. Hearing this, the person slowly calmed down and frowned. Lu Hantian can't be killed. How can an Empyrean realm powerhouse be so easy to kill? After all, the nascent soul of an Empyrean realm powerhouse is already very tough. Even if the body collapses, the nascent soul can leave the body and even survive for a long time. If luck is good, it can even rebuild the body. Speaking up to hear, Grand Haohai coldly snorted. His target was only Zhuowen. As for Lu Hantian, it was simply impossible to kill him. Unless Emperor Qing personally took action, but that was basically impossible. Hearing this, the person's expression relaxed. What Grand Haohai said was right. Lu Hantian was in existence at the peak of the Empyrean realm. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to want to kill such a powerhouse. Of course, if they could join forces with dozens of Empyrean realm powerhouses, they might be able to take Lu Hantian's life. But was that possible? In the entire Qing Xian Empire, there were probably no more than 2 digits of Empyrean realm powerhouses. Where could they find dozens of Empyrean realm powerhouses? The ugly person also knew that it was unrealistic to want to kill Lu Hantian. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if you can kill Zhuowen. Tell me, what do you want me to do to kill Zhuowen? Didn't you say to me back then that Zhuowen once revealed the dragon soul? If what you said is true, this Zhuowen will undoubtedly die. Of course, if it's false, the one who will die is you." Grand Haohai's eyes flickered as he said, "Humph. Don't worry, that Zhuowen definitely has the dragon soul. I saw it with my own eyes back then. It's absolutely not false." The ugly person snorted coldly. When these words came out, Grand Haohai couldn't help but be moved. She finally understood why Zhuowen's progress was so fast. Moreover, it was unbelievably fast. It turned out that there was a legendary dragon soul in Zhuowen's body. Moreover, judging from Zhuowen's potential and talent, the dragon soul that he possessed was probably of a higher grade than that of Qin Yan. Hee. If it's true, that's the best. Follow us to a place first. If what you said is true, you don't need to do anything. Someone will take care of Zhuowen. Grand Haohai said indifferently. Where are we going? The ugly person asked with some vigilance. The imperial capital's Azure Dragon Sub-Palace. Chapter 782. The nature of the immovable wisdom king. The dark night slowly descended. Dark clouds covered the night sky and not a single star could be seen. It looked rather eerie and cold. There was a small hill behind the Drunken Spring Pavilion that was covered in dense forests and sparsely populated. At this moment, a figure was silently sitting cross-legged on a huge rock on the hill. This person was not very old, about 20 years old. He had a delicate face and carried a strange bronze coffin on his back. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and quietly stared at the dark night sky with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Whoosh! A wisp of ink-black light emerged from between his eyebrows and revealed the appearance of Xiao He. "Boy! You've been sitting here for 12 hours. It's already midnight. What are you thinking about? Xiao He stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. I'm just thinking about how I can increase my combat strength in these short 3 days. Zhuowen turned around and looked at Xiao He, shaking his head as he spoke. Zhuowen knew very well that the Qing Emperor was biased towards Huangfu Wudao in today's battle. It was obvious that the Qing Emperor was determined to give the Heavenly Marquis token to Huangfu Wudao. Moreover, the Qing Emperor would definitely give Huangfu Wudao many trump cards in these 3 days, greatly increasing his chances of victory. This was what Zhuowen was worried about. If his strength did not improve in these 3 days, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when facing Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was backed by the strongest person in the Qing Xian Empire, the Qing Emperor. Yes. The Qing Emperor is biased towards Huangfu Wudao, but this is also reasonable. Huangfu Wudao is the first prince of the imperial family and the representative of the imperial family. If even the representative of the imperial family is defeated by you, the dignity of the imperial family will undoubtedly be greatly affected. If I were the Qing Emperor, I would definitely let Huangfu Wudao win. There is no other reason than that Huangfu Wudao is the first prince of the imperial family. Xiao He slowly landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. Her pitch-black eyes darted around as she spoke calmly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Although he was aware of Emperor Qing's actions, such favoritism still made him feel uncomfortable. He knew that if today's battle continued, he, Zhuowen, would have a very high chance of winning. However, the Azure the Arch had delayed the battle by 3 days, and he was even labeled as the one who had launched a sneak attack. With Emperor Qing's presence, Huangfu Wudao's injuries would definitely be completely healed in 3 days. Emperor Qing might even help him increase his cultivation. What made Zhuowen even more fearful was that if the Qing Emperor gave Huangfu Wudao a powerful spiritual treasure, then Zhuowen's chances of winning would really become extremely low. Therefore, what Zhuowen was thinking about now was how to increase his cultivation to the greatest extent in these 3 days so that he could deal with the competition 3 days later. Xiao He revealed a thoughtful expression. Zhuowen was right. Huangfu Wudao would probably become even stronger under Emperor Qing's guidance in 3 days. Although Zhuowen's strength was not weak now, it was actually about the same as Huangfu Wudao. Today's battle was mainly because he took the initiative and injured Huangfu Wudao, so he had the confidence to win. If the two of them fought again, Zhuowen would not be so confident. Moreover, Emperor Qing might give Huangfu Wudao some trump cards in these 3 days. Then, Zhuowen's confidence would be even lower. Therefore, Zhuowen had to increase his strength in these 3 days. Boy! It's really difficult to increase your strength in these 3 days. Xiao He shook his head. Hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with disappointment. Even Xiao He said so. It seemed that 3 days was really too short. Is there really no other way? Zhuowen frowned slightly and said somewhat unwillingly. Just as Zhuowen was deeply worried, the bronze coffin behind him suddenly opened halfway, and a pair of strange blood eyes appeared behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen, don't you have the Nirvana Mahavirokana technique on you? This Nirvana Mahavirokana technique can be improved again in a short period of time. A hoarse voice slowly came from the bronze coffin. It was the voice of the blood demon. The blood demon sealed in the demon-suppressing green coffin is actually still conscious. Looks like you, little blood demon, are not simple. Xiao He looked at the blood eyes on the green coffin in astonishment and clicked his tongue in wonder. When the blood demon had awakened in the demon-suppressing green coffin, Xiao He was still in a deep sleep, so he did not know about the blood demon. Now, he naturally revealed a puzzled expression. You are, the pair of blood eyes suddenly looked at Xiao He. The indifferent blood eyes revealed a rare trace of shock, as if they had seen something extremely fearful. He. This dragon lord's identity is not something a little blood demon like you can know. Xiao Hei's gaze was indifferent, as if he did not really want to talk about his background. However, this also made Zhuowen even more puzzled. Xiao Hei actually called the blood demon a little blood demon. It was very obvious that Xiao Hei did not take the blood demon, a terrifying ancient saint-level life form, to heart. Moreover, from the blood demon's expression, it could be seen that Xiao Hei's identity was not simple. Although he was extremely curious about Xiao Hei's identity, Xiao Hei clearly did not want to talk too much about it. Therefore, Zhuowen was very smart and did not ask too much. You said that the Nirvana Mahavirokana still has room for improvement, and that it can be improved in a short period of time. Is that true? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of astonishment on his face. The Nirvana Mahavirokana was divided into 5 levels, which were Nirvana, Annihilation, Nirvana, Dharma, and Immortality. Now, Zhuowen had already cultivated it to the 4th level, Dharma, and could transform into an immovable deity, giving birth to 4 heads and 8 arms. If he wanted to improve further, he would probably only be able to reach the 5th level, Immortality. However, that was the final level of the Nirvana Mahavirokana, and it was extremely difficult to reach that level. Zhuowen did not believe that he could make another breakthrough within 3 days. Perhaps sensing the doubt on Zhuowen's face, the blood demon said indifferently, "You don't understand how terrifying the Nirvana Mahavirokana is. Furthermore, you have never unleashed the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana." True power? Hearing the blood demon's words, Zhuowen frowned. The blood demon actually said that he had not unleashed the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana. Could it be that there were other secrets in the Nirvana Mahavirokana? You obtained the Nirvana Mahavirokana from the Yuan Chi Tower. However, do you know who created the Nirvana Mahavirokana? The blood demon suddenly asked. Who is it? Zhuowen looked interested. The founder of Buddhism in the Shijiang prefecture, Bodhidharma, was an existence that countless stinky monks in the Shijiang prefecture had conferred as a god. Bodhidharma's strength was terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the Buddha ancestor realm. Even the current Emperor Qing was nothing in front of Bodhidharma. At this point, Zhuowen's face was filled with shock. The #1 powerhouse in the Qingxian Empire, the Emperor Qing, was nothing in front of Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was actually so terrifying. At the same time, Zhuowen recalled that the Nirvana Mahavirokana had been carved on a golden skeleton. This made Zhuowen suspect that the owner of the golden skeleton had to be Bodhidharma. Then tell me, how should I unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana? After hearing the blood demon's words, Zhuowen finally believed him. What he was concerned about now was how to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana. The blood demon said unhurriedly, the Nirvana Mahavirokana was created according to the Akalanatha, one of the 5 wisdom kings of Buddhism. You have seen it for yourself. As you continue to cultivate, you will eventually be able to transform into the Akalanatha Dharma body, and your physical body will be very strong. Zhuowen nodded. The Nirvana Mahavirokana's tempering of the physical body was indeed extremely terrifying. This was something that Zhuowen had personally experienced. However, you have overlooked something. That is the essence of the Akalanatha. The blood demon suddenly paused. The essence of the Akalanatha? Zhuowen asked curiously. Zhuowen really didn't know much about the Akalanatha. He only knew that the Akalanatha was a god of Buddhism. The Akalanatha is the Dharma body of all Buddhism. Hence, he is also known as the King of Wisdom Kings. He is the leader of the 5 wisdom kings. He is the wisdom king who subdues all demons in the form of anger. His body changes to those who are stubborn, obsessed, and shrouded by demons. He uses his voice to wake them up and scare them away. At the end of the day, the Akalanatha is the embodiment of anger. Anger is also very easy to understand. It is a kind of emotional flame. It is a kind of anger that comes from the inside out. If you want to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana, then you need to use a powerful flame to completely ignite the anger of the Akalanatha Dharma body. That's my understanding. It all depends on what you think. Alright, that's all I have to say. Everything depends on your own understanding. As he spoke, the blood demon's voice slowly weakened and finally disappeared into the bronze coffin. With a creak, the green coffin closed. Zhuowen slowly stood up, his eyes flashing. The blood demon's words were very clear. If he wanted to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavirokana, then he had to ignite the true anger of the Akalanatha. And the only way to ignite the anger of the Akalanatha was to use a powerful flame to ignite the potential of the Akalanatha Dharma body from the outside. I understand. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen stomped his feet and immediately unleashed the fourth level of the Nirvana Mahavirokana. He transformed into a four-headed, eight-armed figure. A dazzling golden light flashed around his body. 7 types of earth fire, come out. Stomping his feet again, 7 types of terrifying earth fire burst out from Zhuowen's body and surrounded his body, burning fiercely. Kid! You didn't really listen to the blood demon's words, did you? You actually intend to use the earth fire to torture yourself. Looking at Zhuowen, who had summoned 7 types of earth fire, Xiao He held its forehead with its right paw. It looked as if it had expected better from Zhuowen. Obviously, it did not believe the blood demon's words at all. I think the blood demon's words make sense. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen clasped his hands together and let out a low roar. Instantly, the 7 types of earth fire enveloped Zhuowen's body. It burned fiercely and continuously tempered Zhuowen's body. Chapter 783. Snitch Sizzle. Very quickly, Zhuowen's entire body was charred black by the blazing flames. Black scabs formed on the surface of his body, making him look exceptionally hideous. Xiao He frowned when she saw Zhuowen's appearance. The power of the 7 types of earth fires was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Zhuowen had not taken any defensive measures and had directly come into contact with the 7 types of earth fires. Although Zhuowen's physical body was extremely strong and he had cultivated the great nirvana art to the 4th level, it was still extremely dangerous for him to directly come into contact with the earth fires. Furthermore, it was 7 types of earth fires. It's not good if this goes on. How can this brat listen to the blood demon's nonsense? He actually used his physical body to directly come into contact with the 7 types of earth fires. Isn't he courting death? Xiao He frowned when she saw Zhuowen surrounded by the flames. Her eyes were filled with worry. No. If this goes on, this brat will be finished. We have to stop him. Just as Xiao He was about to step forward to stop Zhuowen, a golden glow suddenly shot out from Zhuowen's charred body. The blazing golden glow shot out and was so dazzling that Xiao He could not open her eyes. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The charred body of Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the 7 types of earth fires, peeled off layer by layer. Finally, it turned into a golden figure. What shocked Xiao He the most was that as the golden glow continued to burn, the golden figure's body continued to grow taller, as if it was rising from the ground. 30 feet. 50 feet. 70 feet. 10 feet. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was as tall as a mountain, vast and terrifying. I finally know the true essence of Great Sun Nirvana, haha. With his 10 feet tall body, Zhuowen stood tall as he laughed heartily towards the sky. The blood demon was right. All along, he had not unleashed the true might of the great Nirvana Sunday. Nirvana was actually a rebirth from the ashes. Only by bathing in the flames would the full might of the Nirvana of the great sun be revealed. Now, Zhuowen's body had grown from 30 feet to 30 feet. Not only had his body grown, but his strength had also grown at an exponential rate. Zhuowen could feel that the power in his body was almost limitless. It was more than 3 times stronger than before. I can still improve. Again, fuse the 7 types of earth fire for me. Zhuowen laughed. He knew that the stronger the flame, the greater the potential of the great sun nirvana. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the fire fusion art. Instantly, the 7 types of earth fires gathered together and finally turned into an extremely huge 7-colored fire phoenix. Swoosh! Once the fire phoenix appeared, it let out a loud phoenix cry. Soon after, it spread its wings and flew high. In an instant, it wrapped Zhuowen in the 7-colored flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of something burning rang out again. Zhuowen's 10-zhangtao body actually emitted an even more dazzling golden light under the burning of the 7-colored flames. Then, under this golden light, his body grew taller and taller. 10 feet. 20 feet. 50 feet. 70 feet. 100 feet. When Zhuowen's height reached 100 feet, the golden glow slowly faded away. The 100 feet tall body stood between the heavens and the earth, looking extremely tall and mighty. At the same time, a terrifying pressure spread out from the 100 feet tall body, causing the small hill under Zhuowen's feet to tremble. It was as if it was afraid of the huge body of Zhuowen. On the hill, Xiaohe looked up at Zhuowen, who was now 1,000 feet tall, with 4 heads and 8 arms. A tinge of shock appeared in her eyes. This great nirvana sun is really magical. It actually has such a magical effect. Nirvana rebirth. It can actually increase one's body from 3 feet to 100 feet. This strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. Xiaohe muttered softly. She could feel that the power contained in Zhuowen's body was far stronger than before. If Zhuowen's combat strength was comparable to the top warriors of the Xuanzuan realm before, then the current Zhuowen had probably surpassed the warriors of the Xuanzuan realm and was comparable to the sovereign realm. The great nirvana sun was indeed very magical. Just by tempering the body, it could actually increase Zhuowen's combat strength by so much. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. After using the great nirvana sun, his combat strength increased by so much that it was comparable to the sovereign realm. It was indeed extremely abnormal. Zhuowen slowly stretched his arms, revealing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The great nirvana sun gave him an endless stream of surprises. The battle prowess of this 300-meter body was extremely terrifying, and it was dozens of times stronger than before. If he encountered Huangfu Wudao again 3 days later, even if the latter had some trump cards given to him by Emperor Qin, Zhuowen basically had nothing to fear. Nodding with satisfaction, Zhuowen's body slowly shrunk from 100 feet to his original size. He was no different from an ordinary person. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and Xiaohe directly stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. She looked at Zhuowen cautiously and said, "It seems that the blood demon really didn't lie. Your great nirvana sun is indeed extraordinary." At this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely good mood. The breakthrough of the great nirvana sun had increased his strength by more than 10 times. He was not afraid of the battle 3 days later. Yes. Let's go back first. This great nirvana sun is really broad and profound. There are still 3 days left. I can study it properly. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen took a step and disappeared into the hills. Under the night sky, in the northeast of the imperial capital, there was an extremely majestic hall. The shape of this hall was like a coiling dragon, and it had a magnificent aura. At the front of the hall stood a huge stone tablet. On the surface of the stone tablet, there were 3 large words, Blue Dragon Hall. This was where the Azure Dragon Hall of the imperial capital was located. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant and slowly landed in the sky above the Blue Dragon Hall. One of the 3 was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was the Grand Family's patriarch, Grand Haohai. Standing beside Grand Haohai was the beautiful and graceful Grand Lily. Behind the two of them, there was a cautious figure. This person's clothes were ragged, and he had greasy hair and a dirty face. His appearance was extremely ugly, and he looked neither like a human nor a ghost. Anyone who looked at him would lose their appetite. "Follow us in." Grand Haohai turned his head to look at the figure behind him and said unhurriedly. Then, he landed in front of the Blue Dragon Hall's entrance. The figure's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and followed behind Grand Haohai. "Stop! Who are the three of you? Why have you come to my Blue Dragon Hall?" At the entrance of the Blue Dragon Hall, there were two warriors in green armor. At this moment, the two warriors in green armor were holding green spears and pointing at Grand Haohai and the other two. Their eyes were full of vigilance and hostility. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm Grand Haohai from the Grand Family. I have an important matter to discuss with Prince Aoki." "I hope the two of you can make an exception," Grand Haohai said lightly. When the two soldiers heard this, they were shocked. They naturally knew Grand Haohai. He was the patriarch of the Grand Family, one of the 5 major families. Although the Grand Family's power was far inferior to the Azure Dragon subsidiary temple, it was well known in the imperial city. Now, the person in front of them was the patriarch of the Grand Family. Such a person was not someone that the two little soldiers could afford to offend. "Since it's the patriarch of the Grand Family, it's fine. It's just that we have to follow the procedure. We have to report first before we can let the three of you in. I wonder if the patriarch of the Grand Family has any opinion on this." One of the warriors in green armor answered cautiously. The patriarch of the Grand Family was not an existence that he could neglect. "Go ahead and report." "I can wait outside for a while," Grand Haohai nodded and said. The warrior in green armor heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands slightly and entered the Blue Dragon Hall. After a while, the warrior came out again and said to Grand Haohai, "The palace master allows the three of you to enter the hall." Hearing this, Grand Haohai was not surprised. After all, he was the patriarch of the Grand Family. Aoki would still give him face. After entering the Blue Dragon Hall, Grand Haohai quickly led Grand Lily and the figure into the deepest part of the hall. It was an extremely spacious hall. There were huge stone pillars around it. On top of the stone pillars, there were countless fist-sized luminous pearls, illuminating the dim hall as if it was daytime. At the end of the hall, there was a huge throne. At this moment, Aoki, who was dressed in a green robe, was sitting leisurely on the throne. There was a smile on his face as he looked down at Grand Haohai and the other two below. Standing beside the throne was Qin Yen, who was wearing a green dragon mask. At this moment, he was standing aside expressionlessly. He did not even look at Grand Haohai and the others. Since Qin Yen was completely defeated by Zhuoan in the marquee battle, he had become taciturn and eccentric. "I wonder why the patriarch of the Grand Family has come to visit so late at night." Aoki leaned against the throne and said lazily. Grand Haohai smiled and said, "Prince Aoki, the news I brought this time will definitely excite you." Hearing this, Aoki's eyes suddenly showed a trace of interest. Since Grand Haohai said this, it meant that the news from the former was definitely not ordinary. "Tell me about it." Aoki nodded and said with interest. "I wonder if Greenwood Palace Master is interested in the descendant of the Long family." Grand Haohai touched the back of his hand and asked unhurriedly. Aoki's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly became serious. "Oh. Does the Grand Family know the whereabouts of the Ryuka descendants?" "Ha! Not only do I know, but I also know that this Ryuka descendant has awakened a dragon soul, and the quality of the dragon soul is not low." At this point, Grand Haohai stopped talking and looked quietly at Aoki. "A Ryuka descendant who has awakened a dragon soul. Where is it?" Chapter 784. The four great azure dragon guards. For many years, the Blue Dragon Hall had been searching for Ryuka descendants. Once they found any Ryuka descendants, they would kill them without mercy. The main reason why the Azure Dragon Hall did this was because 10,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Hall took advantage of the fact that the Long family's experts were resisting the calamity to launch a sneak attack on the Long family's headquarters, causing the Long family to be completely destroyed. It could be said that the Ryuka and the Blue Dragon Hall had a 10,000-year feud. Once they met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was the Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack that caused the Ryuka to decline. In addition, the Blue Dragon Hall had been hunting down the Ryuka descendants for many years, causing the Ryuka descendants to become increasingly rare. They had almost disappeared from everyone's sight. Aoki was the hall master of the Azure Xian Empire's branch. Although it was located in a remote area and had little contact with the Azure Dragon main hall, he still knew a lot of secrets about the Ryuka. He knew that if he caught the Long family's descendant, it would be a great contribution to their sub-palace. He might even be promoted by the main palace and directly enter the main palace. To the Azure Dragon branch halls that were spread across the eastern lands, being able to enter the main hall was a great honor. Even a branch hall master like Aoki yearned to enter the main hall. Unfortunately, the main hall only accepted those who were talented and had dragon souls of the 3rd grade and above. Even the powerful branch hall masters did not have the qualifications to enter the main hall. Of course, if the branch hall members made a great contribution to the main hall, they would also be given the opportunity to enter the main hall and be rewarded handsomely. The Ryuka descendants had been the target of the Blue Dragon Hall for many years. If he could really capture the Ryuka descendants and offer them to the main hall, then he, Aoki, would have made a great contribution. This was also why Grant Hauhai's calm face revealed a look of ecstasy when he mentioned the location of the Ryuka descendants. Grand Hauhai's ability to read people's expressions was extremely experienced. With a single glance, he saw the pleasant surprise in Qing Mu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a brilliant smile. Patriarch Grant, if you can really provide me with clues about the Ryuka descendants, the Blue Dragon Hall will not mistreat you. Aoki Grant Hauhai's Patriarch Grant Hauhai's Grant Hauhai. Actually, Lord Palace Master, you know the Long family's descendant that this old man mentioned. Grant Hauhai Guahai purposely. And Grant Hauhai Guahai. Grant, Patriarch Grant, tell me. Ha! He's that little bastard Juoan. He's a descendant of the Ryuka, and he has a dragon soul. Grand Hauhai laughed sinisterly. It's him. And he even has a dragon soul. Aoki's pupils shrank, and he frowned. Patriarch Grand, how can you prove that Juoan is a Ryuka descendant, and that he has a dragon soul? Ha! Prince Aoki, do you still remember the Long Xiaotian from 20 years ago? Grant Hauhai didn't answer Aoki's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Of course I know about Long Xiaotian. Back then, this guy caused a huge ruckus in the imperial city. If it wasn't for Emperor Qing, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to deal with that demon. Aoki nodded. The smile on Grant Hauhai's face became even brighter, and he continued, to tell you the truth, Long Xiaotian had a real name back then. He was a member of the Zhuo family. What? He's actually a member of the Zhuo family? Could it be that this Juoan is related to the Long Xiaotian? Aoki's eyes flashed. Ha! Prince Aoki is indeed smart. That Juoan is Long Xiaotian's son. Prince Aoki shouldn't be suspicious now. As for whether or not Juoan has a dragon soul, the person behind me can testify. At this point, Grant Hauhai stepped aside, revealing the hideous man behind him who was neither human nor ghost. At this moment, the hideous man had a timid look on his face. He had heard a lot about the Blue Dragon Hall, so he was naturally afraid. Looking at the hideous man behind Grant Hauhai, Aoki frowned and asked coldly, "You've seen Juoan use a dragon soul with your own eyes?" At the mention of Juoan, the hideous man's eyes were filled with resentment, and he said fiercely, "Yes. I've seen Zhuowen use a dragon soul with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Moreover, this kid's dragon soul is extremely strong. If Prince Aoki still has doubts, you can take the detector of your Blue Dragon Hall to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. At that time, whether or not Zhuowen has a dragon soul, you'll know at a glance," Grant Haohai said with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes slowly narrowed, as if he was thinking. Qin Yan, who was standing beside the throne, stepped forward and said respectfully to Aoki, "Hall Master, what Patriarch Grant said makes sense. We can take the detector to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. Even if Zhuowen doesn't have a dragon soul, we'll treat this as a misunderstanding. If so, then that's the best result. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go." Hearing Qin Yan's words, Aoki stood up and said loudly, "Qin Yan, you're right. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as it involves the Ryuka bloodline, this Zhuowen can't be let go. Qin Yan, go get the dragon soul detector and ask the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to come out. We'll immediately go to the Drunk Spring Pavilion." With a wave of his sleeve, Aoki said in a clear voice. "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes were filled with joy. This operation was aimed at Zhuowen, which was what he wanted to see the most. Therefore, Qin Yan's efficiency was extremely high, and he immediately went to arrange for the Azure Dragon Guards and the Dragon Soul Detector. "They're mobilizing the Azure Dragon Guards?" Grant Haohai was slightly startled, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew quite a bit about the Azure Dragon Guards. Speaking of which, the Azure Dragon Guards were the guards of the Blue Dragon Hall. They were not ordinary guards, but top-level guards. In the entire Azure Dragon Hall, there were only 4 Azure Dragon Guards. These 4 Azure Dragon Guards were all terrifyingly powerful. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, and the strongest had even reached the Golden Venerable stage, which was comparable to Grant Haohai. Therefore, when he heard that Aoki was planning to dispatch the Azure Dragon Guards, Grant Haohai was naturally overjoyed. He knew that Zhuowen was doomed this time. Suddenly, the ugly figure took a step forward and said, "Prince Aoki, can I join you in this operation to encircle and annihilate Zhuowen? I want to personally kill that little bastard Zhuowen." "Sure. Your strength is at the early stage of the Sovereign stage. This time, follow the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion." Aoki looked at the ugly man below and nodded. He did not refuse his request. He could tell that this person's cultivation was at the early stage of the Sovereign stage with a single glance. His cultivation was pretty good, and he would be of great help in the process of encircling and annihilating Zhuowen. "Then, thank you, Prince Aoki." The ugly man hurriedly expressed his thanks, but his eyes were filled with a cold glint. This time, he would definitely make sure that Zhuowen died without a burial place. Qin Yan's efficiency was extremely fast. He quickly gathered 4 Azure Dragon Guards and even brought out the Dragon Soul Detector from the depths of the Blue Dragon Hall. The Dragon Soul Detector was oval in shape. It was purely formed by intertwining azure iron wires. In the center of the azure iron wires, there was a small golden ball that was shining brightly. At this moment, it looked rather dim and did not have any luster. If that Zhuowen really has a dragon soul in his body, then this Dragon Soul Detector will emit a dazzling light when it's within 100 meters of that brat. Of course, the higher the quality of the dragon soul, the more intense the light will be. Aoki slowly explained to Grant Haohai and the others. "Since everyone is here, let's set off for the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Lu Hantian is a heavenly venerable expert, so I'll hold him back alone. Qin Yan, you command the Azure Dragon Guards. If you find out that Zhuowen is really a Ryuka descendant, don't kill him. Capture him alive, understand?" Aoki looked at Qin Yan and instructed him seriously. He knew that Qin Yan felt humiliated after being defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle, so he had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. If Zhuowen was really a Ryuka descendant, then he was naturally more valuable alive than dead. Furthermore, Zhuowen had a dragon soul in his body, so he could not be killed. This was because the Azure Dragon main hall would capture Ryuka descendants with dragon souls alive and would not kill them. Although Aoki did not know why the main hall did this, he knew that a living Ryuka descendant was more valuable than a dead Ryuka descendant. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed and he lowered his head in agreement. Although he could not kill Zhuowen, he could completely torture Zhuowen. This way, he could also vent the hatred in his heart. Let's set off now. After giving his instructions, Aoki waved his hand and led Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon Guards away. The ugly man was not to be outdone and followed closely behind the Azure Dragon Guards. Grant Hauhai did not immediately follow. Instead, he silently watched as Aoki disappeared into the distance. He stood in place and did not have any intention of moving. "Father, are you not going to the Drunken Spring Pavilion?" Grant Lily asked in surprise. She knew that Grant Hauhai had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. Now that the people of the Blue Dragon Hall had set off, Grant Hauhai did not seem to be in a hurry. "Ha! Don't be anxious. Father has always felt that Zhuowen is not simple. I'm afraid that the Blue Dragon Hall is not enough to take down Zhuowen, so we still need to meet someone." Grant Hauhai suddenly smiled. "Who?" Grant Lily asked subconsciously. If Zhuowen was only a Ryuka descendant, then that person would not be interested. However, Zhuowen is the same as Long Xiaotian, a Ryuka descendant with dragon souls. Then that person will really be interested in Zhuowen. Grand Hauhai smiled mysteriously and did not reveal the identity of the person he spoke of. Instead, with a wave of his sleeve, he brought Grand Lily and broke through the air. He left the Azure Dragon Palace and shot towards the Imperial City. A figure was as fast as lightning. He quickly stepped on the night sky and returned to the Drunken Spring Pavilion in an instant. This person had a delicate face and carried a green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen who had just returned from the nearby hills. After returning to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen greeted Lu Hantian and directly returned to his room. He began to go into seclusion and silently comprehend the nirvana of the Great Sun, hoping to unearth more of its potential. Chapter 785. Extortion. What a powerful aura. An expert has come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. In a rather luxurious room in the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Lu Hantian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In his senses, he discovered that there were several terrifying auras rushing towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Their speed was extremely fast and their target was clear. They were obviously coming for the Drunken Spring Pavilion. With a stomp of his foot, Lu Hantian disappeared from the room and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away from the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Quietly floating in the air, Lu Hantian looked into the distance and immediately saw 6 figures flying towards him as fast as lightning. Blue Dragon Hall's Aoki. At the front of the 6 figures was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a smile on his face as he lightly floated over. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality, a single step was 100 miles away. It was almost as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Aoki also noticed Lu Hantian in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, he stopped dozens of meters in front of Lu Hantian. Seeing that Aoki had stopped, the 6 figures behind him also stopped and looked at Lu Hantian in front of them. Aoki. What is the meaning of this? Why did you mobilize the Azure Dragon Guard in the middle of the night and even come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion? Lu Hantian asked with an unkind gaze. Aoki didn't care about Lu Hantian's unkind attitude. The corner of his mouth rose as he said indifferently, Brother Hantian, why are you so angry? We didn't come to the drunken spring pavilion for you. Could it be Zhuowen? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he probed. That's right. It's Zhuowen. The Azure Dragon generously admitted. Lu Hantian's pupils shrank, and he coldly said, Zhuowen doesn't seem to have offended your Blue Dragon Hall, right? Could it be that the reason you came here today is because that trash behind you, Qin Yan, was defeated by Zhuowen, so you want to avenge him? After saying that, Lu Hantian pointed at Qin Yan and called him a piece of trash. Qin Yan's expression darkened, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerable powerhouse, so Qin Yan didn't have the guts to refute him. However, he placed all the blame on Zhuowen in his heart. If he could capture Zhuowen alive this time, he would definitely humiliate him to vent the hatred in his heart. However, Aoki shook his head and said, this is just a small matter. It's really impossible for this hall master to mobilize so many people for this. You can only blame it on the fact that Zhuowen has a dragon soul and is a descendant of the Ryuka. After saying that, Lu Hantian's heart clenched. He frowned slightly and looked at Aoki with a grave expression. He didn't expect Aoki to know that Zhuowen had a dragon soul. However, Lu Hantian still couldn't figure out how Aoki knew. After all, Zhuowen had never displayed a dragon soul in front of others. Aoki. Some things can't be guessed carelessly. Zhuowen's surname is Chua, not Long. He's not a descendant of the Ryuka. Now that you've mobilized so many people to capture Zhuowen and believe that he's a descendant of the Ryuka, you must show evidence. Lu Hantian coldly snorted. When Lu Hantian said this, the ugly one-armed man behind the Azure Dragon Guard suddenly laughed loudly and said, Lu Hantian. How laughable. Even now, you still want to hide the secret of Zhuowen's dragon soul. When we were at the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, Zhuowen released a terrifying dragon soul before he died. Although you sealed the mouths of most people, you left out one person. Hee hee. When the ugly one-armed man said this, Lu Hantian's pupils shrank. He stared at the man and the doubt in his eyes turned into shock. He said in a low voice, it's you. I didn't expect you to become like this. You're really neither human nor ghost. Lu Hantian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Although you sealed the mouths of the others in Muqin County, you can't seal my mouth. I've seen Zhuowen's dragon soul with my own eyes. That little bastard is dead for sure. The ugly one-armed man laughed wildly. It was as if he was happier than anyone that Zhuowen was dead. You're courting death. Back then, I didn't eliminate the root of the problem. It seems like I was negligent. Today, you'll stay here forever. Lu Hantian's killing intent soared. He stepped forward and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he rushed towards the ugly one-armed man. Ah! A sharp whistling sound came out of the ugly man's mouth. Seeing Lu Hantian rushing towards him, the ugly man quickly retreated several hundred meters away. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Die for me. Lu Hantian's speed soared to the extreme and he instantly closed in on the ugly man. Boom! With a palm strike, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Following that, he retreated several dozen steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the green figure in front of the ugly man with fear. Aoki, you dare to stop me? This guy isn't from your Blue Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian looked at Aoki with fear. His expression was cold. He was very clear about Aoki's strength. He was also at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor realm. The Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's influence in the Azure Mystic Empire was only second to the royal clan. It was far more powerful than the 5 great clans. This was not a groundless rumor. Other than having a huge influence, the strength of the Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's palace master was extremely terrifying. Ha! Lu Hantian, the news that Zhuowen has a dragon soul was provided by this person. Since you're so anxious to kill him, it seems like you also know that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body, right? Also, this person provided such important information for our Blue Dragon Hall. Our Blue Dragon Hall naturally has to protect him. How can we allow you to kill him just because you want to? At this point, Aoki's clothes fluttered. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Under this aura, the space within several dozen feet of him shattered as if it was about to collapse. Qin Yen. Bring the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. First, use the Dragon Soul Detector to test Zhuowen. If he has a dragon soul in his body, capture him alive. However, if he doesn't have a dragon soul, kill him immediately. Moreover, this also proves that some people provided false information. Kill them as well. At this point, Aoki glanced at the ugly man behind him. The ugly man's face stiffened. How could he not understand the meaning behind Aoki's words? If Zhuowen really didn't have a dragon soul in his body, not only would Zhuowen die, but he would also be buried with him. Understood. Let's head to the Drunken Spring Pavilion now. Qin Yen nodded as a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Right now, the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards of the Blue Dragon Hall were by his side. Zhuowen simply didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. At that time, Zhuowen would be at his mercy. Swoosh! Swoosh! As he spoke, Qin Yen brought the Azure Dragon Guards and disappeared from the spot. They flew towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The ugly man's eyes flickered as he followed behind the Azure Dragon Guards. Let's see where you're going. Lu Hantian roared in anger. He waved his right hand and wanted to attack Qin Yen and the others. Unfortunately, his attack was basically blocked by Aoki. He couldn't harm Qin Yen and the others at all. Lu Hantian, your opponent is me. I think you should take this seriously. Otherwise, your ending won't be too good. Aoki stared indifferently at Lu Hantian. The arc on the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. It was even filled with ridicule. Scram! Lu Hantian roared in anger. He stomped his foot and a huge blood spear condensed. With another stomp, Lu Hantian brought the blood spear and shot forward like an arrow towards Aoki. Good timing. I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to do so. But now, I can have a good spar. Aoki laughed. Countless green lights burst out from his body and transformed into countless green vines in the air. They flew towards Lu Hantian. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion resounded as the blood spear and the green vines collided. Instantly, the entire sky was dyed red with blood and green. Bang! Bang! The explosion stopped. The 2 figures in the air retreated several hundred steps back. Their gazes were solemn as they stared at each other. Ha! Moreover, you're indeed a genius that even the Azure Emperor praised. You're much younger than me, but your cultivation is comparable to mine. Even I can't help but admire your talent, Lu Hantian. Aoki laughed as he charged towards Lu Hantian again. Countless green lights shot out. His power was much more terrifying than before. Lu Hantian's gaze was extremely gloomy. He didn't want to be entangled with Aoki. At this moment, he was worried about Zhuowen's safety. Unfortunately, Aoki's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It was basically impossible for him to escape. Therefore, Lu Hantian's heart was burning with anxiety. While Lu Hantian and Aoki were fighting, Qin Yen had already brought the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He silently looked down at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Who are those 6 people? As Qin Yan and the others descended, everyone in the Drunken Spring Pavilion raised their heads and looked at Qin Yan and the others with puzzlement in their eyes. That's Qin Yan, one of the two peerless heroes of the Blue Dragon Hall. I saw him during the Marquee battle. Many people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion recognized Qin Yan, who was standing at the front. They all started to discuss spiritedly. It's actually Qin Yan from the Blue Dragon Hall. I wonder why he came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight. I'm afraid it's because of Zhuowen. After all, during the Marquee battle, Zhuowen defeated Qin Yan and made him lose face. He should be here tonight to get back his face. There were also many people who guessed Qin Yan's purpose in coming to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Most of them guessed that Qin Yan was here to get back at them tonight. Zhuowen. Hurry up and get out here. Standing on top of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Qin Yan's eyes were cold as he shouted. Under the amplification of origin energy, his voice was like rolling thunder as it spread out. Io. So it's the distinguished guests of the Blue Dragon Hall. Sun Yang has neglected you. There are still many seats in the Wind and Flower area. Why don't you all come down and have a seat, drink some wine, and watch the ladies dance? Sun Yang smiled charmingly. Humph. We didn't come here to enjoy the scenery, but to find that little bastard Zhuowen. Get him out here right now. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.